described on the documents that you've provided for us today, that you need to get right back to clearly defining under the situation as it stands, who is the legal owner of that title, and a proper legal search might be the best way of starting, and then it may find that it all falls into place once you've got the results of that.
And the question arises from that, who does that? Is it your side or our side? It's around
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, you appear to be the owner to me.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
So yes.
The person looking into it for us has said that as far as she can establish that we are the owners, but then do we still have to apply to get it out of the council investment? Is the question.
Or do we just wait till August and the lease runs out and say so here?
Well,
All right.
Question.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for clarification? Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the Mayor, hi Gordon and Jan. Could you briefly talk to the values of this whole process and how much of the contribution this is likely to be to the total requirement for the reconstruction, please?
Yeah. So at this stage, we're looking at making significant cuts back to forms of construction and the overall size and functionality of the complex due to these cost overruns. So at this stage, with our current budget, we will not be able to replace certain parts of the facility that was taken from us.
And sorry, Gordon, I was asking the total budget that you have available and of the project in its entirety, and the contribution from the section sale likely to be to it.
We're looking at, I'll talk in percentages rather than amounts. We're looking at around about 10%.
No, I prefer to use the dollars, please.
3 million.
Yeah.
The whole build is just over 3 million. And that is from the insurance company paid out our full insurance claim. But with everything, the extra that we are looking for is at least 300,000 all up. That's what we're going to be short, even with our contingency fund.
And we're expecting the sale of a block of land like that to reach in at least $250,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I have a further question for you. So the piece of land in question, so it's beside the old garage in Tangatororia. So it's going to be for a house or for industrial purposes?
The land is zoned rural. So at the current zoning regulations, that leaves it very open to be industrial, rural, or the residential unit could be put there.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm seeing no further questions there. I'm just going to go to the Chief Executive who's on this call, just for any commentary on what happens next here, if anything from Council. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through the chair, just to confirm that I know the team have been working with Gordon and others, and we have a very draft paper at this stage, but we will bring something back to council.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's very clear. So thank you, Jan, and thank you, Gordon, for your presentation today. You've certainly been heard here in this forum. It's nice to see you. Happy New Year. And thank you, for your presentation. There will be, as you've heard, a paper coming to council in due course with next steps being clarified.
Thank
So,
you very much.
Thank you again. Okay, thanks. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So that was item number 2.1 on our agenda for today. And now we go to our second presentation for today, which is where we are about to receive a petition from the Awakino Ratepayers Group, and Grant McLeod is going to present on behalf of this organisation. And I'm seeking someone to move the recommendation here regarding the petition. Councillor Delavaris Woodcock, is that you?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
thank you.
That
You would like to move that? Thank you. And I'm seeking a seconder for that. Councillor Curnow, thank you. So that is now onto the table. Thank you. And at this point, how we roll is we now have our discussion. So Grant, we'll now have our discussion with you, and the actual decision on the noting will be made at the conclusion of the item. Thank you. So Grant, over to you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our petition. Normally it wouldn't be me, but because of a Zoom meeting or WebEx meeting, some of our people have some IT issues. So it's me. So the Awakino Point ratepayers have, as you would have seen, have 30 of 32 potential signatories on the petition. That is asking the Kaipara District Council to say no to the rezoning of the Dargaville Racecourse from rural to residential. The two non-signatories are unable to sign due to their religious beliefs, but they do support the group, and there's actually a letter attached from Daniel Simpkin to that effect. You would have read the petition. I think it's pretty clear and laid out, but I just wish to raise a couple of points. There's some significant concerns around, dare I say it, the three waters. Certainly the stormwater, the sewerage, and the drinking water from the current community there. And particularly with regard to stormwater, the hard runoff areas is going to be increased dramatically. Yes, there is talk of attenuation, but several of the older people in the community have shown photos that have significant flooding, and our concerns are the people down the flow or down the stream or down the drain that will be flooded out. Another issue is the traffic movements. So I'm not sure, but there's something like 450 residences there. It's been estimated that there'll be 2,700 additional traffic movements on Awakino Point North Road, and they intersects with State Highway 14, a very, very busy road, and we see there's going to be significant issues with that. The proposal of the tripartite group with 450 dwellings will bring approximately 1,200 people to this area, which is about, and forgive me, I'm not exactly sure of the population of Dargaville, but I think it would be about 25% or thereabouts as a suburb of Dargaville. So that, you know, it's there's no provision for sports grounds or sports fields. I'm a sporting background, and yes, there's green areas, but there's nothing there for them. And potentially you could have 400 or 500 children that have to travel into Dargaville, and you know, the bus of mum and dad will be the way it's done. But you know, in today's society, mum and dad are both working, so there's some real issues there. So the tripartite group received $900,000 from the PGF fund. Apparently, from indications from them, it's just about all gone on project management, consultants, and architects. All the money we're aware of has been spent in Whangarei and Auckland. None spent locally. So there's been very little benefit at this stage. The property developer is promising much a lot. I just have a real fear that this will impact on the Kaipara district if the property developer does not deliver. So all in all, we're asking you to say no to the rezoning of the Dargle Racecourse from rural to residential. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Grant. That was very clear. And thank you for your petition and the papers that you've provided to us here, including the ancient advertisement for Awakino Point, where there are 2,000 acres of rich white pine flats. I haven't heard Kahikatea referred to as white pine for a very long time, but there you go. We've got an opportunity now for questions for clarification from elected members, and I would like to remind elected members that the private plan change documentation has been received, and commentary needs to be limited to questions for clarification, and there can be no commentary from anyone, thank you, regarding whether you like the idea or not, or anything conceived as predetermination here. So Councillor Vincent, thank you. Question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, my questions are directed to the process side of things rather than the outcome. So, good morning, Grant. I'm just interested to know, to what extent do you and your neighbours understand the Resource Management Act process when dealing with a plan change, a private plan change?
Oh, look, Mark, thanks for that. Obviously, there's been a presentation previously at the previous council meeting, which the tripartite group put forward. Obviously, we've come back with this because we have concerns around it, and we'll just follow the due process. I can't tell you exactly what it is, Mark, but we'll follow process. Okay, so
I'll tell you a little bit. Is it
questions for clarification? Questions for clarification, okay, please, so Councillor Vincent.
Yes. Okay. So, do you understand then that should this private plan change enter into the process, that you would have rights of submission?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, okay. We'll certainly be submitting on at any opportunity.
Yeah, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, hi Grant. Grant, were you aware that we did a spatial plan at a district level, and the racecourse was identified as a future industrial area? And we asked for public feedback at that stage, and I don't believe we received sufficient to warrant not proceeding with that designation.
Yes, David, I am aware that there was a spatial plan, and it has been deemed as industrial. But this tripartite group wanted to go to residential.
No, I just answered that question, Grant, because my next one is reading through your submission. Are your concerns, you've mentioned traffic and runoff, are your concerns directed at the residential part of this plan?
Yes. Look, I highlighted a couple of areas, but as you can see in the bullet points, there's quite a number. It is the high density of housing. We've had an indication that it's an average of 500 square meters per section. We've also had some indications that some of the sections are 4,000 square meters. Minimum size, therefore, will be at 400 square meters. So it is really we believe, more a high density rather than medium density housing issue in a rural area.
Thank you, Grant. That's answered the questions I had.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Grant, for your presentation. My question is about, in your letter, you suggested that the land in question may be suitable for productive agricultural land. Could you elaborate on that if you have any knowledge specifically of what was the racecourse and what suitability it would have for cropping or pasture?
Sure. So in an article in the Northern Advocate, they talked about Kaipara being the food bowl of Auckland, with all the land being sold in Pukekohe. Currently, half of the inside of the racecourse is in Kuma, and I live right beside there. We look over the racecourse, and we've been there 5 years now, and so I think for 3 of those 5 years there's been kumara grown in the racecourse, and they've also grazed sheep. I think they've been relatively, the sheep's been a sort of a low level income earner for the racing club, with obviously in the last 3 years no racing being undertaken due to track conditions, and then obviously the New Zealand Racing Board decision. So yes, it is something that we believe is good agricultural land, and there may be more appropriate sites around Dargaville where it's land that's been used for agriculture could more easily be turned into residential. And I think part of the plan, the Kaipara District Council plans, indicates that with their coloured sections of future residential areas up, and forgive me, I'm not sure of the roads, but up in the hilly area above Dargaville. So,
Thank you very much, Grant.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification from elected members? No further questions. Thank you, Grant. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today to us. And at this point, we move into the formal decision to be noting here your petition. So we're just about to shift gear, if you like, as a council here. So we go now to Councillor Delavaris Woodcock, who moved this item for the opening statement here. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant, for presenting today, and I commend you on your participation to the democratic process that has been initiated with this proposed private plan change. And it was satisfactory to hear that you are aware as a citizen that submissions are able to be made in the private plan change application process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and thank you, Grant. It is, these issues are always challenging, particularly for those communities most affected. And it is really good to hear that you are engaged and gathering information and willing to come forward and share your views. So thank you. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members here? Councillor Wills and then Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Grant, you will be aware that we're under strict instructions not to offer an opinion on your petition, but to thank you for it. And so any statements we make have to be very careful not to show any direction in our views. And that's understandable under the process. But I do appreciate the fact that you've made the effort to come to present this on behalf of the local community. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say too, I think in terms of, I guess, the principles of our democracy, the more that the community participates in the process, then hopefully the better the outcome will be at the other end of it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further statements? Quick statement from me is echoing what the councillors have said so far, which is that there's a great process here, and it's wonderful that the community is engaging here there are many ways in which the community can engage, and this moment is an important one. So thank you for the participation today, Grant, and for your clear presentation, and thank you to all of the people who have joined the petition here, because civics is something that we're very proud of here in Kaipara, and how our people participate. So thank you for joining in.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you and the councillors and the staff for the time taken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are there any further statements? No further statements. Back to Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. So we're putting this to the vote now. Gavin, if we could see it on the screen again, please, so that everyone is clear on the noting of this report and the petition. Yep. And the expectation that council staff will be reporting back for the April council meeting. So we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So thank you, Grant. Thank you again for joining us today. The decision is made for now. Thank you. So we're moving on to section number 3 of today's agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes from former meetings. So the first of these is the confirmation of the 15th of December 2021 ordinary council meeting, which was the last council meeting prior to today. So I'm happy to move these as a true and accurate record. I'm seeking a seconder for this.
I'll second.
Councillor Wethy, thank you. Is there any commentary regarding these minutes? No commentary, thank you. So we're putting this to the vote now regarding confirmation of these minutes as on the screen. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3.2, the noting of confirmed minutes from many of our council committees. Now, these are minutes which have already been confirmed by those committees. So at this moment, council, if you like, receives all of those and just simply says, yes, they're all here in the system. We're noting these. So I'm seeking someone to move the noting of all the confirmed minutes. Councillor Curnow, thank you. And I'm seeking a seconder for this. Councillor Vincent, thank you. Is there any commentary here on these confirmed minutes? No commentary, thank you. So we'll put this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. So at this point, notice of motion, section 4. There are no notices of motion for today's meeting. So that's pretty straightforward. And so we'll move on to our decision part of today's meeting. And our first item is number 5.1, Apoto Road, Phase 1, additional funding. And I am happy to move the recommendation as written, and Councillor Joyce Paki is happy to second this. And in the background, there's someone with a microphone going. Extra microphone. There's sound there somewhere. Thank you. Thank you. So this has put this onto the table for us today. Now, I would like to remind viewers that this item came up through the externally funded projects committee meeting a couple of weeks ago. So this item has been discussed by the council once then, and we have additional information and additional questions which have been contributed here. But at this point, I'm going to hand over to Greg Monteith, who is going to join us for this presentation. Thank you. Greg.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just to reiterate, this paper was presented back on the 9th of February, and we talked through the detail of that and the reasoning and the logic and how we ended up where we ended. So obviously, unless if the council is happy, I'll skip that and won't go through unless there's specific requirements for me to go back through and talk to that detail again. I'll take it as read and understood. So the reason we're here today, I suppose, is just to ratify the decision and present the council with the delegated financial authority sitting with the council meeting and not the AFP and the external funded committee. So it's, yeah, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So are there questions for clarification? Councillor De La Varis Woodcock.
Thank you, Greg.
Sorry,
thank you,
excuse me.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor De La Varis Woodcock.
Sorry, I am a little bit forgetful sometimes.
It's been a long while since we had our last formal council meeting, so.
Indeed. My question is to get straight to the point, Greg, and ask about further funding, because I'm going to relate the request to the institution of speed limit reductions for Northland and ask you to make any comment, if you think it's appropriate, about any expenditure that may save an eroding budget, and where and what influence the NTA has, and to seek further funding for this so that we can keep our very precious ratepayer dollars doing levels of service and other commitments that we have made through the long-term plan.
Yes, we've certainly tried every avenue to seek additional funding from outside sources, and I suppose sitting here today is probably our last resort, really, of coming to council. We've certainly talked to MB and seen those requests go through of trying to increase budgets and given the explanation of trying to transfer money from other projects that we're not spending, but we haven't been successful in that. We've certainly approached NZTA Whakatahi and had those conversations around that. Unfortunately, just with the budgets with Whakatahi, prior to the NELTP, the funding was very much constrained, and they've confirmed that there's certainly no additional funding, and any funding that we wanted subsidised would have to come out of our existing allocations. We've sort of put that in the paper of what our suggestion would be for where that money would come from, but then that obviously does have an effect on the level of service to that activity, and obviously we've suggested heavy metalling to take that out of in conjunction with NZTA, but we'd have to measure or manage those levels of service of what we're spending. So obviously that is an option, but it's the preferred option of where we're presenting, I suppose, is funding to come from the council retained.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're saying that it would be an option to seek these or transfer these funds from our roading maintenance and operations budget?
It could come from our, we've had approval from NZTA Whakatahi to actually utilise the MO&R budgets, but it's up to us and council, I suppose, to manage what that looks like and where it comes from. It will have obviously an effect then obviously on the level of service. We've sort of put that in the paper just of where that recommendation would come from of the money of the heavy metalling, and that would equate to possibly 10 kilometres of unsealed roads not being treated over the 3-year period really. Of the LTP, or the RLTP.
Right, okay. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have a question, but I think it's more appropriately directed to our General Manager of Finance.
Certainly. So you're here also. Good morning.
Morning, Sue. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, hi. Thank you. My question, Sue, is about our private seal extension policy, and whether or not this decision today presents a kind of a conflict or almost a precedent, or sets an expectation that we could move out of policy to make exceptions in some cases, and being aware that there are other highly used unsealed roads that we cannot afford to seal. Do you see that we have a internal policy conflict at work here?
No, through the chair, no, I don't, Councillor Delavaris Woodcock. Basically, what's happened is that the seal policy is something different, but it basically talks about the fact that we have to get so much contribution from the people that want to seal their roads. The policy, and I know council's got a policy that they won't seal new roads, but with all this money coming in from central government, what council has done has basically, what council said, we want to get as much leverage for our public off the money that's available, and we've been willing to accept the risk that the projects may go over, and that's going to happen a lot more. This is the first of the projects that's been completed. There was always that risk that and what's happening now too is the government is basically not letting us reduce the scope. They're saying you committed to this and this amount of money, and meanwhile we've got supply chain issues. The cost of getting resources in to do things is costing more. And the government isn't going to wear that extra cost. It's going to have to. But what you've got to remember is we've leveraged and got a huge benefit from our community by actually applying for those funds.
Okay, thank you. One final question I have. I have read the Treasury Policy 4.5, where we are able to apply surpluses to other uses if we so decide. But I'm wondering about our commitment under our long-term plan or annual plan, whether this is out of our statutory obligation with other commitments that we've made, with that roading retained earning figure of 300,000.
Through the chair, no, our policy is much higher for capital. It's when you start spending something over 3 million, then you have to think about going back to the community. And the community are already aware of this project and supported this project through the long-term plan. So this is just a slight variation.
Yeah, I did not mean about approval for delegation of this expenditure, but rather other projects that will not be able to be delivered as promised to our community, because we've used these funds from the retained earnings for roading 300,000 for this project.
So through the chair, what we said to our communities was that we would use the money to reduce debt, but there's also I think somewhere in the Treasury policy a line that says council can actually change, can define what they want to use the monies for. So we've got that. You've got that authority. I don't think there's any change in promise to the community. It's not a significant amount.
Thank you, Sue. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Larson and then Councillor Curnow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm not sure who wants to answer. My first question is really, obviously we have a number of roads across the district that have some sections in tar seal and some sections in metal. What is the difference here? Why could Apoto Road not have some sections in seal and some sections in metal like we have on roads such as Settlement Road?
Yeah, I'll try and answer that. There's no requirement to have specific roads sealed and unsealed. I think with the unique situation here is we've agreed with MP that we would seal X amount of kilometres of road. from the existing seal to Yarra Road, which is approximately 10 kilometres. That's our contractual obligation. If we weren't to seal that, then obviously we'd have to have a discussion with MB of what that means contractually. And I don't know what the outcomes of that discussion would be.
So
But that was certainly put down as an option that we could go back. If council decides not to approve the funding, then we wouldn't be able to finish the sealing. So there would be a section unsealed, but we would have to have that conversation with MB of what that means contractually.
well, I mean, what are MB going to do? Are they going to come and rip up the road that's already been built and take it away because you didn't meet terms of the contract? I mean, what are their remedies?
I think we'd have to have the discussion, so I wouldn't want to preempt that, but it could end up that they could possibly say, well, you only sealed 7 kilometres, so pro rata that the 3 kilometres of what we gave you, we want X amount of dollars back. Could be the conversation.
And are there terms
but again,
in the contract?
that's that.
Well, are there terms
Pardon?
in the contract that allow them to do that, to claw money back after it's been spent? I mean, I haven't got the contract.
Through the chair, my understanding is they could do that if they wanted to, and they've sort of the government has changed their sort of what they're demanding of us in the initial years when they were giving giving out the funding. They were quite happy to look at some changes, and it depends whether it came from the PGF fund or the IRG fund. But now they're getting quite, I suppose, direct to us that they won't take money like from Poto Road 2 and put it to Poto, where we've made savings, and put it to Poto Road 1. So they need as much money back in government as if we're not going to spend it on the projects that we've said we have. But I think they'll hold us to account in some way.
Okay, thank you, Sue. In a number of our roads that have become much more heavily trafficked, and we hear about it all the time, and I'm talking about roads like Lawrence Road, Devitt Road, Browns Road, Settlement Road, which have had a lot of subdivision and really no upgrading of any consequence. I struggle with how to justify spending general rate type funding on sealing of a road, because we are constantly telling these other people
Councillor
there is
Larson, your
I'll get
question,
to my
please.
question very quickly.
Thank you.
I need to give a little bit of context in order to ask it. So every time these people ask for their roads to be upgraded, we're saying to them, there is no money from general rate because we can't attract NZTA subsidy. You have to use the private seal extension policy to have any of your roads sealed and have it funded by local ratepayers. So my question is, how do we go back to these people after a decision to fund from general rate and say to them, well, you can't have it?
Thank you. So probably to answer that, please.
It's really a political decision. I suppose the difference is that, the analogy would be if they came up with the money and they did give us a certain, we told them it was going to cost a certain amount of money, they raised the money for that, then there may be a commitment from council to do the roading, and even if it costs slightly more than what we originally estimated, then so I'd say that's an analogy or comparison of where I'd see that potentially council may have to pay the difference. And I don't think our policy allows for us to go back to ask for more money if we got the estimate wrong. Okay, so that's how I'd.
Thank you, sir. You know, that makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow. On mute, Councillor Curnow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions. Greg, you threw out the figure of 7 kilometres out of the 10 has been done. Is that an actual figure, or was that just a sort of grasping a figure out of the air?
That's just a figure out of there. I'd have to go back and check with the team exactly where we sit and how far we've actually completed.
Right. Okay. So that level of risk, should we go back to MB, is a bit unknown at the moment. Have we had any conversation with MB?
We certainly have through the steering groups that we have, and obviously MB sit on the external sort of steering group that the EFP reports feed up to. So we've had discussions there, and we've had discussions in direct with MB through Shane, and then obviously up to Mark around specific requests of what we can do and what they're prepared to do. And that's those direct conversations specifically related to trying to transfer funds that sort of sat with Apoto phase 2 that we thought we would be hopeful that we would get, but that was certainly turned down.
Okay, all right. And then just a sort of broader question. Yeah, obviously this is a significant overrun on these projects, and you've broken down all the various reasons how that's been built. Are we finding that across the board, or is this specific project had that level of overrun? I'm just interested in how, what this means for the wider council.
I think prices are
Yes, I'll answer.
Okay. Yeah. So
yeah, we're just to clarify through the chair, we are doing a reforecast at the moment and involved in that. We're looking at the costs going forward, and there are some projects that we think are likely to go over.
Right, so this is a trend rather than an aberration, possibly.
Well, there is. There's some there because of COVID. The contracts, when we closed down at lockdowns, then we were committed to paying certain amounts, even if they couldn't get into Northland to do the work. Mm-hmm. There's just the prices have gone up, getting labour, and just all tender prices have gone much higher than what we anticipated. So but we're looking at that. It's not huge at the moment, but that's the risk that we took. But you've got to look at the benefits that we actually have made a huge leap in applying for those funds and getting them and using them, because number of councils, I met with the DIA during this week, and they said some councils weren't actually going to be on target for using the money, and there would be no extensions.
Right. Okay. Just one more question for Sue, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, at the moment, retained earnings go to offset debt. So if we're going to be using retained earnings to fund this, then the debt will increase commensurate.
So I'll just answer that, because no, the assumption is wrong. The debt decreases because each year we charge a proportion of it to rates, and it's not only interest, it's the repayment of principal. So the debt is always reducing anyway. And this is just an extra debt repayment if there's any extra monies to go towards it. And it's internal debt. Obviously, we have external debt that we only get once in every 3 years. We look at making repayments on that, but we have a much greater internal debt that we're keeping books on, if that makes sense to you.
So what you're saying is that there will be no additional costs to using retained earnings to fund this project. So there'll be no interest costs, no use of money, anything like that.
Through the chair, there won't be the reduction that you might expect with an additional payment being made. And some years there haven't been any additional payments made where basically we've been aligned with what we budgeted. But the last 3 years we haven't been aligned, but we've actually made a surplus compared to what we budgeted. But we used the surplus the first year for the COVID grant that we made. Then this year we're suggesting we use it for Apoto Road, most of it for Apoto Road, and then next year we're looking at current year we're looking at the possibility of how can we utilise that to maybe soften the rates going ahead, but we're not through that process yet.
Right, so rather than there being additional costs, there's an opportunity cost of a loss of reduction in costs. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you. It's that's clear now. Thank you.
Thank you. That's clear. Councillor De Lavares Woodcock again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, so I confirm and clarify that the ordinary use of these retained earnings would be to reduce our debt, our external debt, correct, Sue?
It will be, it reflects on our external debt, but the reality is our external debt is much lower than our internal debt that we charge rates on, and so yeah.
But Treasury policy determines that we ordinarily would use surplus to pay down debt, external debt. Correct?
I don't think it mentions external debt, it just says debt. And yeah, and we would, but that doesn't always come due. We can't break a contract we've got with the bank where we take, so we have to, it's like this time, at this time, we haven't got any more external debt coming due till October 23, I think. But you're correct, it does pay down debt, which does reflect on people's and lower people's rates payments on people's slightly, and it's only slight because it's only extra over and above what we budgeted for.
Right. Okay. So that. Thank you for that clarification. My other question is: you talked about forecasting for cost overruns as a trend, and you're looking at that. What have you got in regard to forecasting for the reseal cost? Are we also then going to have to look at a cost overrun and a budget overrun and then using retained earnings or maintenance and operation budgets? Are we going to find ourselves once again in this position to meet up a shortfall from the Provincial Growth Fund?
So through the Mayor, I can't recall that at the moment because it's only part of my work that I've been working on. I'm not doing the major amount of work. I'm just assisting one of our accountants to do that. And we'll have that information when we come to council with the forecast.
Thank you, Sue. No further question.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wills, question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions to Greg. Has the contractor completed, to the best of your knowledge, have they completed the preparation for tar sealing?
There will be sections of it they have completed, ready for sealing, that are waiting for sealing, and there'll be preps sections still prepping, and maybe I think there's sections in it they might not have even touched yet. So
Sorry, Greg.
They've done it like a rolling.
Greg, can you please stop? Yes. The sound is going strange there. I'd like you to repeat your entire answer, please. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
That's okay. There will be sections that they haven't touched. I think there'll be sections that they have prepared. How they've managed the works is they've done it like a rolling program where they've got different crews sort of working along, preparing the pavement, running in metal. They put people in behind them, prepping it and rolling it, and then obviously the sealing crew coming in behind that as well. So there will be sections that have been set up and prepped for sealing. There will be sections that they're working on running in the metal, ready for prepping, and there'll be sections in that they possibly haven't touched yet.
So it would be reasonable to say that the areas that we've already sunk money into with preparation, if they're not tar sealed, will deteriorate and therefore waste the money that we've already spent.
Yeah, there would be, and we'd have to look at, obviously there's a difference between a sealed road and an unsealed road of one, the prep and the metal that you put into that, and two, the crossfall and the shape. So we'd have to go back and tidy that up if we were going to leave it as an unsealed road. So there'd be one that would deteriorate, but two would have to come back and reshape and set it up as an unsealed road.
Yeah, that was my next question, is that from an environmental perspective, that preparation for tar sealing with the contours and that, you're saying that we would have to spend at least part of this money on fixing what's there to make it compliant if we left it unsealed. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'd want to set it up and put it into the best shape as we could going forward to treat it as an unsealed road. Otherwise, it would deteriorate a lot quicker. The water would sit a bit quicker. The potholes would appear a lot quicker. So we would have to do some work on it to set it up to get it into a state for an unsealed road.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. So, elected members, I'm not seeing any further questions at this point. So thank you, Greg, and thank you, Sue, for your contributions here, and also for, if you like, clarifying additional questions here, especially regarding where some of these additional costs may lie regarding this work. So at this point, we're going to move into the decision part of this item, and so my opening statement is this: this is an absolutely wretched situation that the council's in, and we are faced with a set of not very nice options here, and our challenge is to actually sort the sheep from the goats about which of the not very nice bits is worse than the other bits. And certainly from my perspective, I come at this from a really simple point of view that government offered us millions of dollars to put together a sealing project for Apoto Road. We, with the decision we're making today, would be faced with potentially overturning that broad decision and having to give money back. We've heard that. There's a risk of that. There's also, as we've just heard with the last questions, a risk of having to re-engineer some of the work that's just been done out of our own money, not the government's money. And we would be putting, if you like, good money after bad, in that old-fashioned saying. These are frankly unacceptable risks when we actually have on the other side of the coin, as we've heard today from Sue's presentation, a situation where by agreeing to use the retained earnings here, that the council would actually reduce its internal debt. So we have a fascinating situation here. It all feels extremely challenging and difficult. And I would like to remind all of the committee that the externally funded projects committee met 2 weeks ago on this item and debated it for an hour and a half and came out with the clear decision to put up the recommendation, which is here today. That externally funded projects committee is all of the council laws. So that was the decision that was made, was to put the recommendation to today's full council meeting, which is why this item is here today. So we have crossed this ground 2 weeks ago, and we're crossing it again today because it's really seriously important for our community and for the community of Apoto, which is the most remote in Kaipara, and yet, ironically, as the seagull flies, the closest to the Auckland Sky Tower. So we have an extraordinary opportunity here. The other thing I'd like to say is that we all know how inflammatory the subject of roads are for everyone in Kaipara district. The notion of taking this money that's required here and taking it from the general unsealed road network maintenance for the next few years, affecting 10 kilometers of roads all over the district, is an unacceptable option to me. The simple thing that I'm saying is there is only one path here for us, which I have confidence in, which is to use the retained earnings as proposed by the council for all the benefits and the limited number of risks that that represents for this council. Thank you. I'd like to hand to Councillor Joyce Parky now for a statement. Thank you.
Kia ora, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall a 1.5 hour meeting a couple of weeks ago, and a very large discussion that went on, and the good questions that came out and the answers we were given. I appreciate there's been more questions again this morning. It's a really difficult space we've found ourselves in today. Back in 2019, when government showed up and said they were going to invest $27 million into kaipara infrastructure, we couldn't have been happier. What happened between then and now is what's led us to this very conversation today. And I supported our decision the 9th of Feb, and I still support our decision. We are in a difficult space. We have to find ways to get this done and over the line. We know that there's been an ever-changing landscape with COVID coming in and making it incredibly difficult for our supply. That is what it is. We unfortunately have no control over those things. We do, however, have control over this decision today. Whether we agree or disagree, Apoto is te pito o te ao for some of those whānau down there. It is their everything. They have been travelling on unsafe roads for decades, for generations. This is one way to help give back. Am I saying their road is more important than ours? No, it's not, because I drive on unsealed, terrible networks as well, but it is what it is. And this was one of those things that we agreed to and signed up to 2 years ago. And we now unfortunately have to swallow this pill. So I support this recommendation. I really want to just get on with it. If I'm honest, I think we've talked long enough about this project, and it's time to just make a decision to move forward. Kia ora.
Thank you. We go to Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock and then Councillor Wethy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the externally funded projects committee meeting, I spoke against this because of the cost overruns and the extraction of extra funds from our ratepayer dollar, one way or the other, or the inability to pay down debt, which has also affected our ratepayer pockets. However, today I have, from hearing the staff's and our officers' information and answers to our questions, I support this motion. And also I have recourse to the Local Government Act and sections 10(1)(b) and 11(a) and (d). And it's our statutory role and responsibility to avoid natural hazards and to deliver good quality infrastructure in an efficient manner. And from the commentary of Greg about the existing heavy metalling and how that without proper, it could cause environmental detriment to not put the cap on a road that has been prepared for seal, and it would be financially imprudent because it would represent a waste. And so I also finish off my statement in support of this motion by reminding councillors that Apoto Road has always cost the ratepayer 5 times more than any other Kaipara District Council road to maintain. And therefore, I do believe that even though this is a significant cost overrun, we will recoup some of that in a reduction in maintenance and operations budget for heavy metalling. And thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wethy, then Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, to Sue, thank you very much for providing all the answers and information in my long list of questions I sent you outside the meeting. I hope they have helped other members of the council to understand some of the information that was perhaps missing when we discussed this at the external funding projects committee. The other thing that still keeps coming up in discussion today, and this is just my opinion, that retained earnings is a misnomer. This is a term that's regularly used in business or in corporate language when the profit focus is the main direction that those organisations focus on. We're in local government and we are required to run a balanced budget. So if we find we have surpluses available, they're surpluses rather than retained earnings. So I think it would help if everyone sort of looked at it in the same light. I guess what's come out of the questions and the discussion, from my perspective, is that this project had a ridiculously low contingency. I think in the information that Sue's provided, $100,000 on a project of $6 million, 1.5%. We held out as elected members on the Waipua Forest Road or River Road for a minimum of 10%, and we got about that extra funds from MB before we agreed to take that on as a management for the project. Now, in light of that, you can see that a 1.5% contingency was far too low for a much bigger project as Apoto 1 is. Had we gone for the same level of percentage contingency, we wouldn't be having this discussion because all of the overrun that's being looked at would have been covered by the contingency. So I think that's a lesson that we need to learn, because everyone else realizes that very few projects ever run to what they're estimated to cost when the business case was first put up. The other thing that I think is a salutary lesson we've learned on this project is that we entered at the beginning of this term in a no surprises policy. And I think this came as a real surprise to the externally funded committee meeting in the beginning of this month. We weren't aware as elected members that we were going to blow out to this extent. And so I think that we need to address those. We know that there are going to be surprises, but not let them happen at the last minute. We should be being made aware of those as we're working our way towards the conclusion of a project. So I hope that is another lesson that we've learned. Effectively, what we're looking at here is the opportunity, as the Deputy Mayor has quite rightly discovered, is the opportunity to reduce our internal debt and so save ratepayers a little bit of finance costs. An extra $500,000 that we're looking at here is probably going to generate another, I don't know, $25,000 of interest that we could have saved if we'd put it to internal debt rather than spend it on this project. However, when we look at the options that we're addressing right now, the greater perhaps reputational damage and potential financial damage would be to renege on what we have got in an agreed contract with MB. And that's something I think we've got to take in as a very significant risk. By going ahead and funding it out of the roading budget, it may attract a Waka Kotahi subsidy, but we've already heard that that could eliminate perhaps 10 kilometres of metalling on our rest of our district roads. And I think that from a reputational damage for our community would be far greater. So I guess I think what we're looking at here is the lesser of a number of evils. And I guess in my perspective, because of the looking at the global and the bigger picture, the government funding that we're getting through MB is very, very important to this district. We've always struggled to keep money for our capital projects. And to be fair, the money coming from central government in the last few years has been a real godsend. So I think we've got to protect our credibility with MB and have to dig deep and fund this out of the surpluses that Sue has advised and broken down in terms of where they've come from. So I guess reluctantly I'd have to agree that this is the least the decision that probably least damages the district and will certainly give us a valuable asset in the future. Although I'm sure as elected members, a number of us will face a barrage of comment and criticism, possibly from our communities who have been requesting some of their roads to be sealed when there's really good justification for what they're claiming. So thank you very much.
Lovely. Just on 5 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Wethy. Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the timely reminder. I just wanted to, I referred to the previous councillor making a comment that we had a big discussion about this and we've talked it all around. And we really did spend a lot of time discussing this in that briefing. But I just wanted to remind the rest of the council that when the PGF project was first celebrated, we were tar sealing 20 kilometres of tar seal all the way to Apoto Point. Over time, through financial reality, this has shrunk down to 10 kilometres of tar sealing, about half of what was originally promoted to the community on the Apoto Peninsula. That's the reality of the financial consequences and the fact that we weren't able to get the funding and the cost of it. And also, this 10 kilometres, I'd like to remind the council, the original justification for this 10 kilometres being tar sealed was the heavy damage done by the large number of forestry trucks, specifically, where the funds through road user charges were going to central government, but us, the Kaipara District Council, was being left with the huge maintenance cost. And that is why I wanted to point out that to the community, that is why that Apoto Road has been so expensive to maintain relative to other metalled roads, is the huge forestry truck component that uses it. So I, being a regular user of that road, know the state it gets into through the middle of winter, and I know the cost to the council of maintaining it to keep the trucks running. And this, I don't want to spend more money. Another $500,000 is a lot of money for us, but the reality is we need to complete what this part is and look for savings elsewhere, unfortunately. But thank you. I support the increased expenditure to get this project finished.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillor Curnow. That was 2 minutes, so that's why it was lovely, Councillor Wills. It was less than 2 minutes, so that was great. That's why it was good. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
I'm just have a very, very short statement. I want to thank my fellow councillors for summarising, the thinking and the discussions that have gone into this. And I've nothing to add to what they say other than to thank them for such a good summary.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there further statements? No further statements. All right. Thank you. Look, a closing statement from me is yes, as I said at the beginning, this is a wretched thing. We're taking a recommendation here, which is the least bad or least damaging path. I believe I'd like to commend our team, and so that's the roading team. And Greg, thank you for fronting at these council meetings and at the externally funded projects meeting and patiently explaining to the elected members and the community what's going on here. And I'd also like to thank Sue Davidson, our General Manager of Strategic Growth and Investment for the council, for the very clear explanation about how this fits with retained earnings and rates and interest and debt levels, and because this subject has all those hot buttons for the people of Kaipara when you're talking about debt and roads. In one sentence, everyone's got their attention on this subject. And so this is a really, really important opportunity for us. So thank you, Sue, for helping make what could have been very, very super confusing as clear to us as it has been. So thank you very much, and to the rest of the team as well. So at this point, we're just going to bring this to the vote now. So the recommendations on the screen. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Sorry, I'm just trying to look. Right. So so that vote is carried. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. At this point, at 10:56 by my clock, we're going to adjourn this morning's meeting for our first break. It's taken a bit of time to get there. Thank you. And we will resume, please, at 10 past 11 with item number 5.2 regarding waste minimisation. Thank you. All right. We don't quite have a quorum yet, nearly. And then we'll be making our start at item number 5.2 for this morning's agenda. We now have a quorum, so we're going to make our start now, racing this time. Item number 5.2, waste minimisation, the extension of the existing contract arrangements to the end of October 2023. And I'm seeking, there is a recommendation here regarding extending these contract arrangements. I'm seeking a mover for this, Councillor Curnow. Thank you. And a second for this. I'll second this. Thank you. That puts this onto the table. And so for this item, we have Craig Goodwin presenting to us. We also have Donna Powell joining us from the infrastructure team as well. So kia ora korua. Good morning, both of you. So Craig, over to you to present this item, please, regarding the extension of the contracts. Thank you.
Kia ora Mayor, thank you for that. Thank you, councillors. Yeah, so this paper is in conjunction with the one that's following on Way Forward, and to enable the changeover to a new set of services and modernising waste minimisation services for Kaipara. We need the space to do that, to prepare and get ready, and so extending these contracts will allow us to do that.
Thank you, very succinct. Thank you. Elected members, are there questions for clarification here? Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Craig, just a question for you, if you would. In terms of the Hakaru refuge facility there, we heard in earlier briefings, and I think it's touched on in the next item agenda, that there are a number of inconsistencies in how that operation operates and improvements that could be made. If we go ahead and approve that extension, as you're suggesting here, to the 30th of October in 2023, does that eliminate our ability to work on making some of those improvements that we see are necessary?
Yeah, I think it's explained a little bit in the following paper, and if you adopt the strategy that we're proposing in the following paper, then we will be able to address those issues. And it's just simply the way that we've structured how we fund things, and how so the contractors basically have to make up the cost to run the site, whereas our neighbouring councils and that they actually provide funding through the general rate to subsidise their activities at a higher rate than what we do, and that's where those differences are coming in. So it took me a little while to kind of dig through and find out the reasons, but as always, when you do find legitimate reasons why things are the way they are. So this extending these contracts won't make any change over the next 18 months, but once we get a new tender in place and a new set of services in place, then you as council will have much more ability to influence the way things are run and how funding and things are structured.
So what you're saying, basically, short-term pain until the October 2023 period, and then long-term gain. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's dead right. Yeah. So we're just creating this window so we can get this necessary work done. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Curnow, then Councillor De La Varis Woodcock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Craig, I was just wanting reassurance that what you're proposing is legal. Like, I presume the first question really is, do the existing contracts provide for them to be extended in this way?
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's nothing, no barriers there for us doing this, extending the contracts and then re-tendering and going through a competitive process. Yeah, perfectly legal.
I just need to clarify what you said there. You're saying that the existing contracts do provide for them to be extended a further period in addition to the periods which they've already been extended.
Craig, you're on mute.
My apologies. Yeah, through the Mayor. Sorry, Mayor, I keep forgetting to use the correct protocol, so sorry about that. Yeah, through the Mayor, no, there's no specific clauses in the individual contracts that relate to extending the contract. It's purely a decision for council to make.
In other words, then if both the parties agree, then it should be okay.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, hopefully that won't come back at us. Thank you. That's all I have to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow, then Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. And at present, my screen has frozen, but I can still hear the sound.
Yes, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, we've got you back. There you go. You had
Okay.
visually disappeared, although auditory you were still there. Yeah, I've just got one simple question, just to confirm that the contract's extension is on exactly the same terms and conditions. There's no variation to what we're expecting or what we're paying or anything like that.
Hang on.
My initial discussions with the contractors are along that basis. So I don't anticipate any changes in cost other than, cost fluctuation adjustments. Given the, the conditions globally around the world around oil and transport costs and things like that, those are the only influences of things that'll impact cost. But there shouldn't be any other adjustment to rates. Obviously, the devil is in the detail once we sit around the table and start discussing the next 18 months with them.
And so it would be fair to say that because we've only got 4 months left of the contract, so we don't really have the opportunity to go out to tender and find anything else, that there isn't that much opportunity to negotiate if they do come back and say there have been increased costs.
No, we are in a bit of a corner there. Yeah, you did right. There isn't enough time to tender, and then I don't think anybody would be particularly interested in such a short-term contract when you're going to go out and do a bigger bigger tender or contract later on. Yeah.
Have you had any indication from the contractors about the types of cost increases they may be looking at?
Not to date, no, not that's, like otherwise provides in the contract around cost fluctuations. No, they haven't indicated that, and my discussions with them, they were continue to carry on as incumbents.
Okay.
It puts them in a good position for the tender when it does come up. So I think they're keen to carry on. I don't foresee any issues with this. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. Question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Craig. Hello, Donna. Tēnā koroa. I preface my question with reference to the Kaipara Waste Minimisation and Management Plan adopted 2016. So the vision, goals, objectives and targets to maximise the diversion of waste from landfill. So my concern about this, approving this extension of the contracts, is I do not want us to presuppose the collection method or the of waste to landfill shifting detrimentally by the use of bins. And this comes into the next item on the agenda, but it is relevant for, I do seek an answer because I want to make sure that the full set of options are available for the council to consider in order to achieve our vision, goals, objectives and targets as per the plan.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, is your question better saved for the next item about the strategy and the direction we're headed in, or is it actually directed at this item about just extending the functional contracts that we currently have?
If my question, no, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies to the elected members if I was not clear, but I want to be satisfied and that voting for this contract extensions does not direct or narrow or have a presumption of the outcome of the strategy to follow.
Thank you.
So-
Thank you. That's clear. I'm sure, Craig, you'll be able to draw the question out of that, which is this doesn't presuppose the direction of the strategy.
I think Donna has something to contribute, so perhaps Donna would like to have a plunk at this one. I'm happy to address it, but do you want to have a go at this, Donna? You said.
Yeah, through the mayor, I don't think by extending the contracts is by any means going to detract from our current diversion rates. In fact, I think on conversations I've had with both the contractors, they're always looking at ways to increase it. And there's obviously budgets through the LTP for the composting to begin in the next financial year. And there's also, they're looking at food waste collections as well that will be funded by the user, but they're looking at implementing some trials. So I think both contractors are continuously trying to keep that moving, that diversion rate.
Right. So I think that does answer my question, because I see that there is a
Thank you.
open. Yeah. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions on this point. Remember that we'll be coming back with the next item regarding the strategy and the direction that we're going. Okay, so thank you, Craig, and thank you, Donna. At this point, you may stand down for a moment. Councillor Curnow, opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a short statement that this is a sensible decision, because trying to negotiate a short-term contract within 4 months is just not feasible. So this is a sensible solution to us having find ourselves very close to the end of a big contract. I think it does give us some additional time to actually sort out the details of the waste minimisation strategy and how we go about that. So yeah, I commend it to the council on that basis. It's a short-term fix for a immediate problem, and it gives us a little bit more time to think through the details of what we do in the bigger strategy.
Thank you. Thank you. My statement is that waste minimisation is something that this council has needed to address for a long time. The opportunity that we have here to buy some additional time in which to get the strategy and the direction right is a really sound one. And so the approach and the building blocks that are in place here with this decision is important to us right now. I'm noting that there have been extensions to contract in the past here as well. But in this case, certainly moving the contracts out and to get alignment with the rest of our processes makes eminent sense at this point in time. And there is nothing to be lost and everything to be gained here as we're seeking better kaipara solutions here for waste minimisation. Thank you. Further statements, elected members? No further statements, right? Thank you. We're just going to put this directly to the vote then. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, was there anyone against? No, right, carried. Thank you. That item is carried. Thank you. So moving on to item number 5.3, the strategy for the modernisation of the services.
I would like to move that, Mr. Mayor, to get it on the table.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock moving this item, and I'm seeking a seconder for this. And I can't, Councillor Vincent, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we're going now to brief presentation again from Craig and Donna, and then an opportunity for questions from elected members here. Thank you. Craig, Donna, kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. As shown, in our presentation and the briefing back in December, and that the strategy basically aligns with all that information that I presented to you back then. So there's nothing really changed too much, just been put into a council report. I've in the intervening time in that, I have continued my research and discovered and found more, and happy to take questions and take it from here, I guess. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Elected members, are there questions for clarification here? Councillor Curnow.
I'd just like to ask about the contribution that the contractors have made into the strategy, how they, how those discussions have gone, and to what extent are they comfortable and supportive of this at this point, given that they may not be the contractors who end up delivering on this, but are we using the on the ground knowledge? Not to negate your knowledge, Craig, at all, but these are people who've been delivering these services for us for a while, so they do have some understanding.
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councillor Curnow. Absolutely. I've had a number of sit-down meetings with Kaipa Refuse because of the wider, broader outcomes that they provide, and had some discussions with them as how we might be able to incorporate those going forward, and so had discussions around how they, how they're resourcing trucks and stuff, and how they want to do things, and so they've had a lot of input, particularly because they do all the curbside collection stuff. So the actual curbside collection stuff they've had a lot of input into. Northland Waste, not so much. I think being a fully commercial operation, relies on profit and bottom line, probably see this strategy as a bit of a threat. So things are a little bit different with them, but they will have the opportunity through a competitive process to compete for the work the same as anybody else. So, and I think, as you pointed out, we haven't negated the involvement of the contractors at all, but the biggest influence obviously is the direction of the industry, and then the noises that government is making around the goals and things that they want to achieve across the country with this stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, then Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Yes, so my question, the 120 litre wheelie bin that is proposed as a rural on an existing route and urban curbside collection, can you confirm, please, Craig and Donna, that would take 2 blue bags of rubbish?
Yeah, absolutely. So your current blue bag is about 60 litres. So 2 blue bags it'll take. And I can tell you from my experience in the South Island, we implemented smaller 80 litre wheelie bins, and that was done to try and reduce the amount of waste going to landfill. But a number of the community became dissatisfied with the size of the bin, saying it was too small, and then asked for us to provide additional bins, which we did. So we didn't actually really achieve much by going for a smaller 80 litre bin. And when we look at other councils around the country, a 120 litre bin seems to be about the sweet spot for this. So in just regard to your comment earlier on about diverting waste to landfill and how this will impact that, you will see an increase in volumes coming from households through this particular part of the service, but all that represents is a shift in the waste stream. So you'll see a shift from people either using private services or taking their material directly to the waste recovery, the resource recovery parks on trailers and things, and they will use the bins more because they're convenient and they have more space. So, and we've got, plenty of evidence in that from elsewhere in the country that shows it's people don't just buy more rubbish because they've got a bigger bin.
Excuse me. Thank you for extra answers to my question, but I just wanted an answer to the two rubbish bags. My next question, and I have, please, Mr. Mayor, several, is why, when it is known that using a user pay system for landfill waste that we currently have with our purchase of each rubbish bin influencing the consumer and the behaviour, waste behaviour of the residents, and why, when we discussed the shift to modernise and minimise waste, have we now gone to the opposite suggestion here, whereby we will have a 120 litre wheelie bin charged in rates that incentivises everybody to fill that bin to the max with rubbish, rather than to change their consumption patterns and to use the principles of the waste hierarchy, which is reduce. And so I would like you to defend respectfully and to comment on this shift from blue bags.
Excuse me, yes, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, it's not for the officers to defend a perspective. Thank you. It's an unfair question to ask them to defend the position that's taken here. Thank you.
Oh, okay, apologies. I'll reframe the question. So what is important under the Waste Minimisation Act is the minimisation of waste. And I would like to know how the strategy with the weekly charge of a full 120 litre waste to landfill service that is not user pays, as in each discrete purchase of a blue bag is made currently, impacts on waste behaviour. It impacts in a minimising fashion. And I know that we have other methods of avoidance, cost avoidance, that are mentioned in this paper, such as burning waste. But on a simple level, I want to understand how is it that our council is moving away from the goal of waste minimisation when we have a waste crisis in New Zealand, and I expect this council to be progressive, and I'm disappointed. So can you please give me an answer?
Yeah, sure. I think as alluded to also in the report is the issue of the amount of illegal dumping and the amount of material that's going into the environment. So you as a council have a philosophical decision as to whether you want to address that as well as reducing waste to landfill. The current system of user pays is producing cost avoidance, and we see that in the collection of illegal dumping that we are doing regularly. So in the months that I've been here with this council, we are cleaning up dumped domestic rubbish every week. And so this is one of the things I think that you need to actually see as a priority. If you get a framework in place then and you get control of those waste streams back under your umbrella, where you can apply the various mechanisms, like you say, user pays, a mix of rates, targeted rates, general rates and things like that to get the outcomes that you want, then you can actually put focus on diverting waste to landfill. But first you need the building blocks in place. And this is the first opportunity you have to actually reduce the damage that's being done to the environment from domestic waste. Now, in terms of volumes, your volumes of commercial waste are much higher than domestic waste. That commercial waste does not come through the curbside stream, and it has nothing to do with whether you use a bag or a bin at the household level. So your commercial waste is the stuff that's coming from businesses and going into your resource recovery parks. And that's actually where your biggest gains can be made in terms of reducing waste to landfill. And that can come once you've got your building blocks in place. But so I've provided for you a strategy, a starting point from which you can then begin to make some meaningful improvements on exactly those goals that you're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. So my supplementary. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did say that I have several questions. And these
Yes,
are
thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So are you saying, Craig, that the weekly curbside landfill wheelie bin collection could be charged per collection time, i.e. if the householder or the commercial business doesn't put out that bin, or it's the householder, that then they would have a reduction in a charge?
Currently, there's the technology to charge on a bin lift basis isn't really available. It may come in the future, and it would be an option that council could pursue in the future. But at this point in time, using a targeted rate on the red bin is the best option. And we're not talking about commercial waste. I'm talking about companies using big skip bins and stuff, things like that. You know, like that's where your biggest gains can be made in reducing waste to landfill. But to influence that waste stream, that side of the waste stream, you need to get you know, the activity under your control so you can use your funding mechanisms to get the outcomes you want.
Thank you. My next question is in regard to saving this council money and being strategic in our approach to the direction that the strategy sets to educate and change Kaipara waste behaviour. Knowing, and as we do know, that there's waste cost avoidance by commercial and residential entities, people, to burn their waste, can we use the resources of our peer councils, and I'm thinking here of the Northland Regional Council, which deals with the cleanliness of our air, to ask them to contribute to an education program? And can we include that in the strategy, that we collaborate with our peer council so that for Te Tai Tokoro we're all marching in the same direction with the same principles? So
yeah, there's definitely been
yeah.
There have been discussions and with neighbouring councils and with the regional council around this very issue. And my feedback to them was, well, let's see what council come back with today, and then I can talk more meaningfully to them about whether we do a shared education contract, which would incorporate, the Marae-based education services, or whether it's Kaipara Sustainability or other groups that want to be involved in that space. Yeah. So those discussions have been taking place, but again, we need that space to pull all this together.
Just on that point also, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, I'd like to bring in Chief Executive Louise Miller for a brief commentary about what is happening at the Northland Mayoral Forum level and among the chief executives of all the councils of Northland, and just a very high level summary here of the interconnectedness across the region. Thank you.
Kia ora. So through the chair, yeah, I mean, waste minimisation is one of the work streams. So the CE group has a number of work streams that they're focused on, climate change being one of them, and also waste minimisation. So we haven't had a report through recently, and I can't, so sorry, I'd have to search my system to see when the next one is due, but it is something that we are talking about collectively. But Craig will be in that group as well about some of those conversations that's happening across the region.
Thank you.
Thank you. But excuse me, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, just before you continue, one of the protocols that we have had as a council was that elected members were supposed to put in their questions in advance, so that officers would be able to answer them in their presentations to help speed the meeting along. So I'm just really mindful that you've indicated that you have several more questions. I actually don't know how many more questions you have, and I know that you have significant interest and expertise in this subject of waste minimisation and great passion here. So I'm just mindful of the other elected members here who also have questions that they want to ask, and so I'm feeling duty bound to hand the torch around and then to return to you once some of the other councillors have also asked their questions, and I'd like elected members please to reflect on that principle that we have agreed to in the past of submitting questions in advance so that our meetings are efficient and move along rather than every item being very, very extended in time, especially when we've already had briefings and workshops on subjects.
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me. So at that point, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, we'll just
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
What is your point of order, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock?
My point of order is that your interruption of my questions took a lot more time than my question would have taken. Thank you.
Sorry, that's not a valid point of order, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. So that's absolutely thrown out because it's irrelevant. Thank you. So we're going to go to Councillor Vincent and then to Councillor Wethy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I must apologise. I could have sent some of these questions in previously, except that I guess as the discussions unfolded, it's coloured my slant on them, so to speak. So, having said that, Craig, you're wanting to change to the revenue and finance policy, like the public good private benefit split between fees and rates. Can you tell me, because I haven't looked, what the existing revenue and financing policy is in relation to what you would like it to be?
Yes. So the current revenue and financing policy just allows for a general rate to be revenue and finance to be charged for the entire activity, and it gives you, or you could have a lot more tools available to you if that was revisited and reviewed. So if you were to accept today's strategy and that, then there would be further papers that come to you, which would investigate and look at those issues in a lot more detail.
I suppose what I'm struggling with is, on the one hand, it might appear as though we're going down the path of cross-subsidisation to the benefit of those who perhaps produce more rubbish. On the other hand, I see for those who don't produce a lot of rubbish, hopefully like me, that there's a public good element if we're capturing or preventing the amount of fly tipping that's going on around the place, because that is to my benefit. So what's your thoughts on that?
Sorry, so just be careful, Councillor Vincent. Sorry about, if you like, leading questions, please. Yeah, we're not seeking the views of our officers, despite the fact that they're experts here. We're asking for questions for clarification. Thank you.
So would, for clarification, would that be a reasonable interpretation of what you're proposing?
Through the Mayor, yes. What I'm proposing is actually to, a strategy which gives you as council more tools to be able to influence the environmental outcomes you want in the directions you want them to go. So yes, there is. You could, with the tools that you had available to you, you'd be able to reduce the amount of fly tipping. You would be able to increase the amount of diversion of waste to landfill. You will be able to do more to influence how the activity is run. Whereas at the moment you're very, very limited under a fully commercialised based system.
Thank you. One more question. You've made in your report reference to wider benefits or issues related to Kaipara refuse in terms of their mode of operation and so on. I understand what you're talking about there, but I wonder if that is going to enable a level playing field for future tenderers to operate or to put in their tender if those factors are to be taken into account.
Yeah, through a tender process, as long as you're really clear that you know exactly how you want to structure the contract and who you want to be involved as subcontractors, and you place a value on those broader outcomes, and that can be evaluated as part of the price evaluation in a tender. Absolutely, you can do that, and each of the companies coming forward would know the grounds in which they're tendering and which they're competing on, and it would be an apples for apples tender. So yeah, I have no issues with being able to tackle that stuff through a procurement process.
Clarification on that answer, if you indulge me, Mr. Mayor, because I think that's a term that you used in your report, broader outcomes. Can you be more explicit, please?
Through the Mayor, yeah, so broader outcomes is a term that's used in government procurement right across the country, and it refers to the benefit to the community, indirect benefit to the community from a government or local government contract. So in this case, in that you have Kaipara Refuse who are currently involved in the curbside collection process, and through that contract, they're able to fund their work as as a charitable trust and support a good number of people with intellectual disabilities. So they do a lot of great work in the community, support a lot of people in the community, and they're able to do that using this contract as a vehicle to fund that work. And that's a good example of broader outcomes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wethy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a quick one, Craig. The paper you put out sort of looks at things on an annual basis, and obviously all of your economic considerations over an annual period. And fair enough, the 120 litre refuse bin would certainly be adequate. However, in a place like Mangawhai, where 45% of the ratepayers are non-resident and only come up here during the seasonal time, there's a huge peak when this is evidenced by the fact that collections go from once a week to twice a week during that time. And what I'm wondering, have you in your deliberations on your forward plan factored in the fact that we have a huge surge in refuge collection over the holiday period, and whether that has been factored into the volumes that you're talking about in your paper?
Yeah, so the data that we're relying on to pull this together is data from current operations over a number of years, and those peaks have been present through those years. So I think it all evens out. And also with my experience for working for Thames Coromandel District Council, and that they have a significant peak down there, so where we would be planning 3 months out for their summer period, which is a lot heavier than it is here. So I'm confident that I've got that covered through what I'm proposing in this strategy. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Councillor De Livaris Woodcock for a couple of closing questions. Thank you. You're on mute, Councillor De Livaris Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Within the strategy, is there scope for a reuse shop rather than the resource recovery park that's mentioned, as Blenheim and Raglan councils deliver, and Whangarei also?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be not in the first phase of the delivery of these services. And that, so once you get this first phase in and that, and you get control of your revenue streams and that, there is the opportunity then to develop your resource recovery parks, modernise them, and a reuse shop is an integral part of any hub type resource recovery park anywhere around the country, and they're a very, very valuable component of your diversion of waste from landfill. And they're very, very well supported by the community and really well worth having. So definitely that is something that I think council should be looking to see happen in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Craig. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you. So this brings us to the end of the questions on this item. So thank you, Craig, for your presentation here. Thank you, Donna, in the background there as well. And so we'll go now to Councillor De Livaris Woodcock for an opening statement here.
Yes, I unreservedly support this motion and the move to adopt this waste minimisation strategy. It is about time Kaipara shifted to a controlled waste system, and I feel really pleased to have Craig on board and his expertise, and very grateful that our staff and our chief executive have moved on this very clear demand from our ratepayers and residents that they want to see Kaipara reducing waste and being good custodians of our land, because waste goes to landfill in New Zealand, mostly. And so I absolutely commend the work that's been done. I thank you, Craig, for your very clear answer to my challenging question about the shift to the use of wheelie bins, because you have gathered evidence of the fly tipping issue which Kaipara faces, and you reminded me forcefully about that, because I do live on a road where there is a constant, there's constantly rubbish being tipped over the side of the road into the forestry. And so in short, and keeping it brief, I look forward to the public consultation and what their views are on the shift to wheelie bins and the waste minimisation strategy unfolding to delivery in 23-24. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I really hope that this proposal delivers the outcomes which it seeks for the benefit of everyone in the community. Personally, I probably will be sticking with bags rather than trying to tow a wheelie bin 200 metres up a hill. But the proposal in principle, I think, from what's been laid out, should deliver the outcomes we seek, and I wish it every success. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members here? No further statements, so we'll move along at this point. There's probably no need for a reply, Councillor Delavaris-Woodcock, at this point, because...
Mr. Chair, it is your role to ask me if I do want to write a reply, but I politely decline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lovely. Your thinking was just the same as mine. Wonderful. So we'll take this to the vote now. So all those in favour of this waste minimisation strategy, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. And just before we move on, thank you, Craig, for your great service with Kaipara District Council, and wishing you best wishes for your next steps. So thank you for your work here. Moving on to item number 5.4, the reserve contributions USOLV policy. Councillor Wethy seeking to move this item, and a seconder for this, Councillor Curnow. Thank you. And speaking to this item, we have Sue Davidson. Kia ora, Sue.
Kia ora, Mayor and councillors. Yes, so you'll all recall we did have a briefing on the reserve contributions going forward, because the past policy needed to be reviewed. And at that briefing, you gave guidance that you agreed with a change of funding. And the key points I've put in this, the reserves contribution policy, and is that it won't now include the expenditure on major parks unless there is some money in the reserves. We don't have the special fund in district funds for the 3 primary parks that we have. Most of the projects that will be on the west side would then, because there's no money in the Dargaville reserve, or insufficient funds in the Dargaville reserves, would come out of general insufficient funds or loans. But I also in this report have said that the financial contributions we're collecting are higher than ever before, and I know that in the briefing we just discussed the 20%, but when I've actually looked at actuals coming in over the last 2 years, then I've proposed in this policy that we go to 10% of reserves, and that we also going to district funds, and 90% to the area where the growth is occurring, which is a similar value to what it was 3 years ago when the financial contributions were less and we had 20% as the amount to be allocated. So, and as I say, the income that we've estimated is only about 1.3, but in the last 2 years, we've actually noticed it's $2 to $3 million per annum that's coming in for financial contributions for reserves. I'm also suggesting that there's 250,000 put aside for community grants, and in discussion with Jenny Rooney, who manages the community grant process, she seems to think that is sufficient going forward because we haven't had as many people applying for the funds. And so when you look at the two options, that's sort of the key issues that I'm saying are the changes. In terms of the policy itself, I apologise, but I actually I've had a new PA in the last couple of weeks, and she didn't realise to put in the policy with the amendments showing up, and there are very few amendments that I've made. So when the policy's been presented to you, you wouldn't have been able to identify that, and I am happy to go through the changes with you, and that is on just so I thought I better point them out. There's only three or very small changes. The first one is under point 4 of the policy, where it says existing parks and reserves. Previously, we had, for information on the existing parks and reserves, refer to the Reserves and Open Space Strategy, which is the ROS, and I've taken that out and said refer to the long-term plan and individual reserve management plans, because that will be where we go to from now on. And the long-term plan details those the capital expenditure that we are making in parks. The second change is under number 6, where it has a statement: council will generally apply funds in the locality in which they are generated and may apply up to 20% of the funds in other parts of the district. That stays the same. I've added onto that the agreed percentage will be collected as district reserve funds, just to clarify that. And obviously in the resolution that I'm asking you to pass today, that does state the 10% funding. And in the next paragraph, number 7, I've just added the words: so a public contestable funding round will be held on the annual basis for catchments where sufficient funds have accumulated, and I've put in the district reserve funds, just to clarify that, to make the process worthwhile. So and then under 7B, timing of applications, I've taken out the second sentence, which says in the first year of operation of this policy, council will call for applications in February and release the decisions by the end of May. So, and I've just put what the policy is from now on, because at that time we obviously were just starting out this policy for reserve contributions, and there's no further changes. So it's just to be clear to you on what the actual changes are to the policy, and I apologise that that wasn't clear to you when you're reading that paper. So that's basically all, and I'll open for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor De La Barris Woodcock, your question.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like some direction from our governance on whether it's statutorily acceptable to be deciding on a policy that we do not have before us.
So, Mr. Maris, kia ora,
through you, Your Worship, thank you. You do have the policy before you.
Without the track changes, the document I have it does not have, and that was sent out with the agenda, does not have those changes. We've just had them put to us verbally.
So there are no issues with you making a decision on this policy today. You have the policy in front of you. Sue has outlined what the changes were. They're minimal. I think you're fine to make the decision from my perspective.
They're not minimal. This is a 10% adjustment in financial contributions for reserves being spent in the whole of the district.
I do need to remind elected members that this was the subject of a briefing mid last year, August last year, I believe, and so that's the benefit of this. It's been some time since that briefing. However, the policy is based on the direction that you provided.
And through the chair, can I just say that the 10% is actually in the recommendation, so it's quite clear.
Thank you. And the policy which has been attached with the agenda is the full complete policy which we are discussing, not a changes version. So So any suggestion that there isn't a policy for us to be considering is not correct, is it? There is actually, the complete policy is with this agenda.
That's correct.
Thank you, thank you. So the complete policy is here. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, Councillor Curnow, question for clarification.
Yes, I'm just checking if we, going into the next LTP, find that there are in fact a lot more district-wide projects than we hitherto identified. Are we able to then change this policy again as part of the LTP? So say, there was a lot more projects that were identified and we wanted to take the amount for district-wide up to 15% in order to be able to accommodate those projects. Is that doable?
Through the Mayor, yes, that is doable. I would probably have to bring a paper to council if there was insufficient money and we wanted to increase it. That's correct, and that's what I'm doing today. I'm proposing a decrease. But if our financial contributions reduce and you wanted to increase it, I would look at. I would bring that to your attention that there's insufficient monies and we need to increase the rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my question is for Sue. Sue, can you clarify whether the interest charged to furnish the debt for the Mangawhai wastewater scheme is borne by the general rate?
Sorry, this isn't part of the reserves discussion. I'm trying to understand that.
Okay, so my question is, does the whole district, including Apoto, Te Kōpuru, Aranga, Tangatiroria, Dargaville, Bailey's Beach, do we still currently, from our general ratepayer dollar, furnish the interest on the Mangawhai wastewater scheme debt?
That's completely outside, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, that's completely outside this question and the subject, sorry, that is actually irrelevant to the reserve contributions policy which we are discussing at present. We need to remain on topic, please, within the rails of the subject that we're talking about.
Mr. Mayor, as an elected member, it is for me to decide what questions are relevant and what are not.
Sorry, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, you can have whatever question you want inside your head, but regarding the meeting which we are having, we need to remain focused on the subject matter which is at hand. And if you were to...
Indeed, I am remaining focused on the subject matter.
Sorry, in my determination, you're not. You're outside that, and I'm asking you to remain inside the subject that we're talking about, please. Thank you. Which is about the reserve contributions use of policy. Thank you. Nothing to do with Mangawhai wastewater or its debt. Thank you. So your question, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
My question is it correct that the district-wide, all the ratepayers of the district up until last year paid $18 million?
Sorry, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. Sorry.
Order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Sorry, point of order, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I claim that as a irrelevance in terms of clause C of Standing Order 26.2, and I ask you to rule on it.
Thank you. So my ruling is that is an irrelevant question here. Thank you. So Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, please withdraw that question and apologise for the questioning. Thank you.
Mr. Maris?
Excuse me, Mr. Maris. Yes, you're being brought in here by Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, Mr. Maris, could you advise whether I am obliged under standing orders to withdraw my question and apologise? And can you please refer the council to the item on the standing orders?
So through you, Your Worship, the chairperson has the control of the meeting, and as such can call for that action to be delivered.
Under the standing orders, could you please refer me to which particular point in the standing orders?
So the chairperson's ruling is not open to challenge when it's speaking to relevant matters, and that's item 21.8.
Can you just repeat that slowly, please?
21.8 about speaking to relevant matters, and the chairperson's ruling on any matters arising under this standing order are final and not open to challenge.
So are you saying that our chair can actually shut down conversation about decisions if he decides they're not relevant? Is that what you're saying?
The chairperson has ruled on a point of order that was point of order was about relevance to the question. The chairperson's ruled on it. You have no comeback on that. It's the chairperson's role to do such.
Thank you, Mr. Maris. I understand that an apology is in order, and I apologise that the council has found this question to be out of topic.
Thank you. And a withdrawal, please, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
I withdraw the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. So moving on. Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification, elected members? I have a question, and it is for Councillor Curnow. You also called for a point of order to be raised at the same moment as Councillor Vincent.
Mine was the
What was
same as
your point of order?
my point of order was the same as Councillor Vincent, so it has been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is addressed to our GM of infrastructure. So I wonder if is there some middle, more flexible approach where we wouldn't necessarily need to come back to amend the policy depending on cash flow if we set a dollar amount as well as a percentage and it was the lesser of the two or something like that, in terms of the amount to be diverted away from the area where the need will be greatest in terms of responding to the effects of growth?
I think the question that it's actually a good idea to come back to council every so often to re-examine this. So if we put dollars in and percentages, then the policy might not be to front of mind. And I think it is a good. So I think I've done the best putting the 10% in. We all understand that. And it may, like Councillor Curnow has suggested, there could be more higher amount demanded of reserves in a particular year, and we wouldn't want to be constrained to that. So I would have to bring the policy back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification at this point? No further questions. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Wethy for his opening statement here. Thank you, Sue.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Sue, for the paper as you presented it. I think you've clearly outlined the changes and I would support those. I think that when we look at the use of these funds, it's quite clearly there for the benefit of the community in the areas where there's significant growth. Now, while people will look at the numbers and see that growth has been occurring in recent years in the Mangawhai area, it's not just a matter of growth. People need to look a little bit beyond that. It's how that growth is made up. We have seen a significant increase in the number of children and young people in Mangawhai. This is evidenced by the local school, which only 6 years ago had a roll of 250. It is now over 550 and is expected to grow to 850 as the new schoolrooms that have been put in and completed last year are filled over the next 3 or 4 years. Now, this is significant growth in the younger community. What have we got in terms of, as the policy has said, recreational facilities, sports fields, etc., which these young people need to develop as they go through their teenage years? We haven't got anything of that over Mangawhai. We're still in a catch-up mode, and we're having to cope with both the, my apologies, this always happens with a lawnmower contractor next door.
We're taking a wee break there.
Yeah, now we're back again.
Returning to Councillor Wethy.
It was actually a council contractor mowing the berm. It wasn't the next door neighbour. So what I'm saying is that we need this money over here to start putting these facilities in place. There are things in the pipeline which will target the component that has been collected in the Mangawhai area. The policy also, as it's amended, will also take into account in the west, where we know there are significant developments, not just one, but several in and around the Dargaville area. They're going to actually bring in also reserve contributions, which will be able to be used in that area to again bring in the recreational green areas, etc., that are going to be necessary to soften the impact of those new developments. So I think this reduction to 10% is well focused in the areas that will do the district proud over a period of certainly the next 3 years. I support the move to go from 300,000 to 250,000 for the contestable fund based on the success that we've had in attracting applicants, although I do put a condition on that, is that because this was a new contestable fund, it has actually taken some time for potential applicants to understand the implications of this fund, and I think that it will grow in terms of applications as we go over the next year or two. So in spite of that, I still think 250 is a worthwhile pot to distribute to community-led projects that meet the criteria under this fund. And just one small point of, I guess, accuracy, the committee that actually distributes these funds is in fact the Awards and Grants Committee. I think it was put in there as a Reserve Contributions Committee. It's the Award and Grants. So thank you. I certainly support the paper as has been presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Curnow, seconding statement. Thank you.
Yes, I support the amendments based on the figures that Sue has provided in terms of the actual projects that need funding. The need for these funds is where the growth is, and at the moment, currently, outside of where the growth is, there aren't a huge number of projects queuing up waiting for funding that we're aware of. And I think so maybe that's something to look at as we go into the next LTP, is doing a little bit more work with those other communities to see whether on a district-wide basis there is a need for a greater share of the fund in terms of the district component. So I look forward to doing that work, but where we are right now, the need is just not there for greater than 10%. So I support the proposed policy on that basis.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make a facetious comment about the fact that the berms are being mowed outside of a councillor's house in Mangawhai, but I won't. I'll move on with the discussion. I don't oppose this policy amendment. I only raise my concern that we've worked very hard as a council over the last couple of years to try and get away from that east versus west confrontation over funding that has possibly been there in the past. So I hope any amendment like this doesn't generate any of those issues, since we've worked really hard to work together, like I said. So that's my only comment on this policy change. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wish we had a berm, that's all. No, I'm in support of this approach because any amount which reduces the amount of funding taken away from the areas where the growth pressure is greatest, and accordingly the need for reserves facilities is greatest, then yeah, I support that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock statement, then Councillor Larson.
Yes, I do not support this motion because I despair at the lack of strategic direction of this council. We have a reserves and open spaces strategy that has not been reviewed probably in a decade. That should have been reviewed before this change is made to the reserves contributions policy, because Mangawhai is a growing area that has a complete lack and shortage of green space. Our council has done nothing to ensure that as Mangawhai grows, there are little parks and little green spaces for residents to enjoy and to pursue recreation and well-being. And so we should have addressed that. We need a strategy of land acquisition, or, you know, as Councillor Wethy has pointed out, to acquire a sports field is no small matter. We need a lot of land for that, and we need a lot of flat land. This does not address these issues, and it is just tinkering around the edges with the very real responsibility we have as councillors and as elected members to direct the growth of Mangawhai so that it is a livable and conducive location for our people of Kaipara to prosper and live in. So this is not the right time to change this policy before we have addressed the reserves and open spaces strategy and made a real strategic plan about how to make Mangawhai be a beautiful green space with sports, parks, recreation, playgrounds, and all the things that people need to keep them happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Larson, statement. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I concur with a number of the points made, and I won't hold things up too much. And I think that the policy shows quite good balance, which I'm comfortable with. Yes, indeed, Mangawhai has huge growth pressures. However, a significant amount of funds have been collected and are available for those catch-up acquisitions of major areas for the lacking parks and what have you. So I think that council can push ahead in identifying areas and making those acquisitions now whilst they're still affordable, and have that for the current population, quite frankly, and for future growth. I think it also provides some balance there for those smaller areas that don't have the growth, that we can still use some funds to help some of our smaller communities as well. And as far as the Ross comments are concerned, the Ross did specifically talk about providing full growth, and I think that we're still consistent going forward. It's what we are trying to do with these funds. That's what they've been collected for largely, but we've got some facility there to have some balance. I think there's also some very good points made there around anticipated growth in what haven't been such high growth areas like Dargaville. We do have these proposals coming up for expanding areas like Dargaville, and hopefully we'll see some good revenue coming in from those projects. To
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
Excuse me, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that it is it is off subject and also controversial in that the member is referring to proposals that under natural justice must be refrained from any positive or negative predetermination comments.
Thank you. Thank you. So my ruling on this, Councillor Larson, is can you please withdraw those final statements you were making about the possible proposals in Dargaville town? and or amend those statements, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy not to make any statements about any proposals. However, I have not referred to any proposals specifically in the comments that I've made. So I'm not pointing to anything in particular.
Sorry, so under my ruling here, based on the point of order from Councillor de Lavaris Woodcock,
Yes.
you are referring in the broad sense to proposals for development and expansion in Dargaville, which may or may not come to pass. So,
I think
but Mr.
the
Mayor,
notion
sorry,
of
Mr.
predetermination here, please.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, may I interrupt? I mean, at least one of those proposals is actually meeting the criteria of our spatial plan.
Sorry,
Councillor
Councillor Wills.
With the private plan change, it's got to do with other residential proposals that actually meet our council requirements and our plans for the future.
Sorry,
why can you not refer to those growth areas?
Sorry, so Councillor Wills, we're inside a point of order, point that's been raised here by Councillor de Lavaris Woodcock correctly, and it's been addressed. Elected members have no right of commentary here about the decision by the chair in addressing the point of order. I'm adamant that elected members must not be in any way discussing matters which may be viewed as being predetermination. So I go back to Councillor Larson's comments and I say, would you please amend the statement that you were making here? And so notwithstanding the notion of there being growth that's talked about in documents of the council, but I'm just saying, please amend your statement so that it is less specific, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to do that. If I'm able to speak, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm going to start speaking now. So, yes, indeed, it's good to see that there may be growth in other parts of the district other than just Mangawhai. And if that growth occurs, this may also result in reserve contribution funds being available more readily than they have previously been in those areas.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members? Statement from Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I was not intending to not defer to your judgment. I just don't like us being restricted by other councillors' determination to speak over the top. I would like to talk to the opportunity that I've had in discussions with developers in the Dargaville and surrounding area, including Bailey's Beach, who are looking to put forward significant residential growth proposals that meet our spatial plan determination of where the future growth is going. So it's not, and a lot of this work that's been done in Dargaville and that, which I've previously disagreed with, is based on the fact that Dargaville's district plan didn't allow any growth over the last few years. And because of that,
Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to continue. Can I please continue?
Councillor Wills, please stop. Councillor de Lavaris Woodcock, what is your point of order?
The point of order is that this is not relevant. The issue is the reserves contributions policy, not spatial plans, not Dargaville or West Side growth. This is the reserves contributions policy that's been adjusted in a monetary fashion, in a percentage fashion. That should be addressed in the comments. And we have to be highly sensitive to issues of natural justice here, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your...
Thank you, Councillor de Lavaris Woodcock. My ruling on this matter is that Councillor Wills was introducing his subject and coming in from a helicopter view. So, and he hadn't landed yet, but knowing that he has 5 minutes in which to make his speech, he was coming in. So please, Councillor Wills, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was trying to get to my point, which is, as I raised before in my question, my concern that there's been a focus on the growth in Mangawhai, and therefore any change from 20 to 10% appears to favour one area over the other. But I believe that once we go through the process and opportunities for the West to also increase, there will be a balanced growth across the district more than there has been over the recent past. So I don't believe this policy will have as big an impact as what we possibly could have perceived otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wills. Thank you. Statement here from me is that when I became Mayor 1.5 terms ago, the reserve contributions policy was at 60-40. And we have shifted a very, very long way. The commentary around the growth of Mangawhai is very, very relevant to where that policy used to sit regarding reserve contributions, and where this new policy, which we are considering today at 90-10, if you like, sits. And so the growth across Kaipara is an extraordinary factor in the character of this place. And for now, I believe that the policy that we have in front of us is the right direction for this council to be going, so that it can address, particularly for fast growing Mangawhai, the establishment, while there is still land in the centre of town, if you like, land for future reserves. And I'm looking forward to council being able to move on the creation of new reserves and sports grounds for Mangawhai. And I believe that this policy now, which I support, gives direction to assist with that. Thank you. Are there any further statements? No further statements. Thank you. We will go to Councillor Wethy for a closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, just picking up on a couple of points made by fellow elected members. I agree with Councillor Wills that we're looking at a long term. We're not looking at an immediate situation, looking at a longer period of time, and there is going to be a balance of development across the district, which will all, through this policy, make funds available for the creation of recreational and green spaces, etc., etc. In terms of Councillor Delaveras Woodcock's concern about not having clear direction in Mangawhai to create those recreational things, there are things afoot. They're too early to actually discuss at this stage because they're not in firm enough basis, but there are going to be opportunities where those types of facilities for to support the growth in Mangawhai will become a reality, and the funding that is being held through the collection of reserve contributions will be, I'm sure, well spent and create a long-term asset for the community in the east, which will match things like Sportsville, etc., that are in the west. So I personally think this is a very safe move. It's a sustainable move because it will provide balance to support the recreational and green spaces that are necessitated by growth, and that's certainly still something that we're catching up with here in Mangawhai. So I very much support it and look forward to the results it will bring in the next year or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So at this point, we're going to go to the vote on this item. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
Against.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Thank you. So we move on to the next item, which is number 5.5, fees and charges. And I am happy to move the recommendation here as written, and I'm seeking a seconder for this. Going once. Councillor Curnow, thank you. I'd like to remind elected members that this is the draft fees and charges, which are to go to community consultation. So this item will come back following community consultation for a formal adoption decision before the 30th of June. So this will be part of the annual plan ahead. So Councillor Wills, with our first question to kick us off, we have Sue Davidson here. Councillor Wills, do you want Sue's presentation first or not? And we also have Joy Hewlett and Wendy Robinson joining us with the information. Councillor Wills.
I'm happy to wait for Sue's presentation.
Okay, thank you.
I apologise for jumping the gun with my hand up.
Good, keen man, it's all good. So we'll go with Wendy Robinson and Joy Hewlett regarding this presentation. If you could turn on your cameras, please, and we'll get the show on the road. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors again, and obviously I've got Joy Hewlett, who's done most of the work for this paper, and Wendy Robinson to help with answering questions. What I'll do is just take you through the first part of the paper that I prepared and point out key differences. So you will see this year we actually have provided a comparison of the revenue and financing policy, what the funding splits were that you approved in the long-term plan, and what the actuals had been achieved as at the first year, which was 30th of June 2021. And the actuals, which is really good, more or less follow policy. Actuals, which is set for, I can see animal control, and there's obviously a change that we're going to need to make there when we have a discussion in the future, likely to be in 12 months' time, about how we fund that and get the actuals matching the what's provided in the policy, or change the policy at that time. And building control, you can see they've got far more money in than what we, as a percentage, in fact, nearly fully pay for themselves by collecting the funds coming in because of the growth in the community. So that's well done to them. And resource consents, that seems a little bit lower, but primarily I think that's because you'll recall at the audit, and at the audit last year, the auditors made us reverse out some of the income that we had received, but actually related to the 22 year. And so that's probably an adjustment that's showing up in these figures and may not show up in the next figures when we actually apply the same policy. And you'll note that libraries are doing really well. They've got 14% of their costs actually coming in as income. I imagine that's from hires and potentially fines, but they are proposing in this next fees and charges is to do away with fines. So that's sort of my comments on the revenue and financing policy. And then the increases, I suppose you can, we've detailed those going down. The key one is that there is an increase to community housing when we upgrade the new units, which we did make provision for. And then libraries reducing fines, and obviously there's the normal adjustments for resource consents and building consents. And I don't know if there's anything further that Joy or Wendy wants to add to that before we take questions.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I might just add one point regarding building consents, and that was some thorough analysis, being in my role of dual hats, identified that actually the substantial amount of work by the planners doing the RMA-based checks to every building consent wasn't actually being covered. So that's why there's a very nominal fee increase there.
Okay, thank you. And Joy, do you have any additional points you'd like to raise at this moment?
Not really. There wasn't very much adjustment to the fees at all this year. Just a little bit of CPI based on some of the professional fees.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, Councillor Wills, question.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's probably the least, to some degree, the least question, but it's of interest to me, is that of all the fees, they've either been stationary or gone up slightly, except for the gambling license fee. I know it's only a relatively small thing, but as far as a PR to reduce the cost of gambling license, can you please explain why that was an anomaly in all that fees and charges?
I'll call on the GM customer experience, because that's her area. I think if Darlene can join us and knows why that went up.
Yeah.
Through you, the chair. No, I don't have an answer for that. I'll have to find out from alcohol. Did Joy, did you have discussions with Fiona around that when you were working on the fees? You're on mute, Joy.
No, I think I'd have to go back about that one. I don't seem to have any notes about it.
Cool, I'll find out.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Just that it's not from, sorry, personal comments. I'll stop now with question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, then Councillor Curnow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is about the page 148 dog owner surcharge. Could you talk to what that refers to, please? Thank you.
I'll get Darlene to answer that as well.
What
She
page
can.
is that on? So
148, I think.
It's the under description, animals, dog registration.
No change to dog registrations, but a correction to the dog owner surcharges from 90.
Please refer to the top page if you're referring to a document.
Page 2.
That's, as far as I'm clear, I might confirm it though, but that's the charges to the dog owners for impoundment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow, question for clarification, then Councillor Weddy, then Councillor Vincent. Thank you. Councillor Curnow, you're on mute. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I'm just interested in the Whenua Māori pre-application meetings. They're staying in the discretionary charging area. Can you just tell me a little bit about the rationale there? What's happening in that space that we think this is a good thing to do?
Absolutely. So through the mayor, that came about where there's been it's supposed to be a roadshow, but thanks to COVID, an online series of presentations from a number of council staff and other Northland council staff through the Māori Land Court, just kind of improving the knowledge in the community about how development on Māori land, whenua Māori, occurs. And there was a lot of discussion about encouraging pre-application discussions, so very specifically for whenua Māori, so not just someone who identifies as Māori who owns land. And I've identified it there because a lot of people would, from this forum, identified that they wouldn't come forward if they thought there was a cost. So it's at my discretion solely, and this is as a trial that I'm putting it forward as a recommendation to try and encourage, if it's a big development and there's lots of specialists involved, then that's a whole different kettle of fish. But if it's a group of or a marae that are wanting to understand what they need to do through the district plan process, then that's why we've suggested it would be discretionary. And again, it meets our treaty requirements as well.
Okay, thank you. And then there's another question on page 11 of the proposed fees. I'll just go there myself so I can remind myself. There's a line right at the bottom for Animal and Compliance Services Officer Council professional fees. Could you just give me an example of when that might happen? Like when would an Animal and Compliance Services Officer be charging professional fees? For anyone?
I'll defer to GM.
Sorry, I was on mute. Through the mayor, I will come back with a example of when that would be used.
Okay, yeah, I'm just interested because we haven't in the past and now we are, and I'm wondering what need has stimulated that line. And then the last question I have is on page 14 of the proposal, which is around hairdressers and beauty salons, but beauty salons have been struck out. So are we no longer required to provide health licenses to a beauty salon? Is it only hairdressers now?
I believe there is no actual bylaw in place for to enforce this registration, so
Okay.
hence it's been removed.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to say Councillor Weddy, then Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on a question for you, Sue, on your paper, on page 2, and you've got the funding splits and what we had put down for our annual plan, what we expected to be, and then you've given us the actual achievement. Now that's broken down to all those different line items. Have you actually done a reconciliation on saying overall this is what we had expected to bring in all those items of fees and charges in the plan, and this is what we actually achieved? Because some of them have actually got some quite big swings and roundabouts on them. Be interested to know from my perspective just of how we did overall as a global number.
The answer is no, I haven't done that. I'd usually do that when we come to review the policy, because you know, and which won't be till likely to be for the next financial year. So, but I do look at the percentages. So
Okay.
so we'll have a look at that at the end of the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Anna nearly asked my question, but then there's a further clarification I was seeking, because a comment from Wendy was about how this process, she did clarify for me that it actually relates to whenua Maori rather than pre-applicants who happen to be Maori or identify as Maori. How does it meet our treaty requirements to do this, to discriminate between the whenua Maori and general roll land?
Excellent. I will try and put this as politically appropriately as possible. Bear with me as I pick my words. So obviously the treaty expects that Māori land is co-managed, is co-owned, is co-governed. Pick my words appropriately. So therefore,
you mean multiply owned? As
well, no. So in terms of, obviously, if it was Crown coming in to not take over the land, so therefore it wouldn't be appropriate for a council to come in and say we want to, you know, help govern your land, but charge you for the pleasure of helping you develop it. So I've absolutely butchered my answer there, but it's trying to basically say that it's our role to help support that land development, which was the whole point of the treaty. So therefore charging them to provide advice. So it's not making any comment about not charging for applications for resource consent going forward, but it's just about that advice provision. And I'll just add an extra comment, if I may, through the chair, and that is to say that it is obviously a trial, and in the last year we've only had one such inquiry, so we're talking quite low numbers.
okay, yeah, I have to confess I'm a bit confused by that. I probably need to see the words written down in front of me to absorb it better, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Wendy. And thank you, Sue, for joining this part of the meeting. So we'll go now to our statements. Normally here, frankly, fees and charges is all about going to the dogs. And so most of the people get most agitated about dog fees. And so I'm looking forward to this item going out to consultation, where we're indicating that the dog fees aren't really changing. So it's a positive and acceptable set of fees and charges, considering the environment we're in right now with rampant inflation. I think council is looking really tidy in this space at present. So congratulations to the team on putting this work together and us going early, and this community consultation immediately ahead will be fascinating. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Sorry, I was on unmute, so you just narrowly missed my comment on a fly that landed on my head. Yes, fees and charges. It's a necessary evil that council has to do, and it looks like the changes included in it are reasonable and have been thought through. The questions that we've asked have in general been answered by officers to show that they have been thought through. So I look forward to the community's response to them.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members at this point? No further statements. Thank you. And from me, no closing statement required here, apart from saying good luck and Godspeed to the consultation document and the version going out into the community for this important work. Thank you again to the team here. Putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, elected members, councillors. We're now at the end of item number 5.5. We're going to adjourn at this point for lunch. We will resume at 1:15 p.m. So we've got half an hour for a lunch break. We are resuming at 1:15 p.m. with item number 5.6 regarding the Pakiri sand extraction submission. So we will see you all at 1:15. Thank you. Ha kite.
So I'll just remind all elected members that what you say in your, if you're not muted, is online and recorded. So urge your caution. Mind how you go. Ready when you are, Mayor Smith.
I'm in the back blocks of Tangaroa because we can't both work off our internet at home. And it's interesting that I have superior internet here, but no mobile reception.
Fascinating.
That's a central government issue, Councillor.
I thought we could track all of our issues back to central government.
Oh, look, we can. Actually, we could be just the super ministry. The super ministry for Northland. We could.
Careful. Careful as you go with that.
My apologies, Lord Mayor. No, not Lord Mayor. Like I have actually had a colleague and one of my good friends, and it's quite funny. We all went to university together, and he actually works for the Lord Mayor of Melbourne, and he makes our diversity and dynamics make like we make it look nice. So
Well, it's about making decisions, Gavin, and that's what we're here to do today. So, I'm not sure we quite have a quorum yet.
I think we're nearly there.
We do now. Okay, all right. So we're
Cool.
going to make a start back in this afternoon's meeting with item number 5.6, the Pakari sand extraction submission. And there's a recommendation that's written here, and I would like to move this with the mayor, myself inserted as the elected member who's talking to this for the resource consent hearing on this. Councillor Whether, you're happy to second this?
I just need to show there is a requirement of this through your worship.
Sorry. So Councillor Whether, you're happy to second this? Yes.
Yes, I am.
Yes, thank you. So the requirement, sorry.
The requirement is in section B.
Yes. Sorry, I gave that as well. So that would be me speaking in my capacity as spokesperson for the council, which is the normal position of the mayor. Yeah. Speaking for the decisions of the council. And thank you, Councillor Larson. What I have here, and this is just to start the item off, this particular item here of clothing was given to me yesterday by the sand mining protest people, Ken Rayward in Mangawhai. And it's a t-shirt of, these are actually the people on the beach in Mangawhai there was a drone photograph taken here where the people wrote SOS on the sand using human bodies. And Councillor Wethy was in those bodies, I was in those bodies, and we are both very, very passionate about this subject, and this whole council has done really well in this space. So just to kick us off, there's a limited edition t-shirt which we have here. So anyway, moving on with this item as it stands, this is a resource consent hearing item. So Wendy Robinson is going to present and answer questions to us on this. Thank you. Wendy, kia ora.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'll keep this really brief. So the report's obviously just the two parts. One is to inform the submission that was made in December on the 2 resource consent applications from Auckland Council. This is normally a policy role to provide submissions, but fits in my area and I was available to assist. So the submission, just for reference, was to oppose both applications in full and pertains to the actual perceived adverse effects on the Mangawhai sandspit morphology, wildlife habitat of nationally critical and vulnerable bird species, as well as the Mangawhai community. And then the second point of the report is to delegate authority for someone to speak to this hearing. The details of the hearing haven't yet been confirmed, and no doubt will be quite a few discussions away, but I'm available to support yourself, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like some guidance on that process at any stage.
Thank you.
So I think I'll just leave it at that, but I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. So questions from elected members at this point. Councillor Vincent.
Well, this guy's bit of information. Cyclone Bola was actually 1988, not 1987. If you get a chance to correct that in any presentation you might make. Don't you think? There's a question.
Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, since that submission was made before Christmas, there's been a lot of new information, and I'm not sure Wendy's been aware of that, but I presume that will be an opportunity to talk to that if the Mayor's speaking on behalf of the council at the hearing. But one of the things that he and I heard yesterday was that what had been previously denied by the applicants, namely that they only dredged for sand in the Auckland Unity Authority's part of the coastal foreshore, which is basically from the big sandhill down south to Pakari, they never went outside that. Photographic evidence has shown that they've been going right into the Northern Regional Council's territory and dredging there. Now, that raises a question. I'm just wondering whether, Wendy, whether you feel it would be appropriate for this council to address this issue with Northern Regional Council, because Northern Regional Council have not in the past said that they would, or they didn't believe there was a case for them to police or monitor any infringements of the conditions of the existing consent with the Auckland City Council. That's been proven to be totally incorrect. As a council, because the consequences are going to be affecting our council, would it be appropriate for our council to have a letter to NRC requesting they view the new evidence and take the appropriate policing or monitoring action?
Councillor Whether, you've added a couple of questions in there, so through the chair I'll try and address both of them. One is just that I guess the process for the hearing is that any new information being put forward by both the applicant or council would be provided to our council in advance of the meeting, with timeframes within which to dissect anything new and add any additional comments. So that would be a space to raise extra things in reference to that new information. The second point about NRC, I mean, I wouldn't want to make a suggestion or on what your decision could be on that, but raising information that they may not be aware of, either through council or through advising the community groups about how to do so, would be a member of the community's right to be able to do. So I think I'll leave that as to whether you'd like that to be an official comment from council, but we often raise things that we've identified in our district with NRC to be aware of.
Okay. Yeah, they have been made aware of that by one of the submitters, the local community. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Vincent, then Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. You're on mute, Councillor Vincent. Please speak.
Okay, sorry, I left my hand there by mistake.
Sorry. Okay, the errant hand. Thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, question for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is about the proposed submission. on the page 196 on the document that I'm looking at, I'm questioning the appropriateness of making a statement without supporting evidence that since the harbour has been restored, the harbour has gone from strength to strength and is now arguably one of the best in Northland. Because I remember submission in our long-term plan process from one of the members of the Ferry Turn Trust, very concerned about a lack of stormwater filtration in Mangawhai and the growth and development negatively impacting on the ecosystem of the Mangawhai harbour and estuary. So I am concerned that this lack of supported statement would leave us open to being discredited as a opposer in the process.
So that's a statement, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. Are you taking that as your statement for this item?
My question is the staff, is this able to be amended to actually give some substantial evidence to how our harbour has gone from strength to strength for accuracy?
Yeah, thanks for your question. So through the Mayor, the submission has already been sent through, so there's no ability to change any submission. So this report is to inform you of the submission that was sent through. The submission also makes clear that the technical aspects of these applications fall outside of our jurisdiction. So therefore, this is a commentary on views from our community.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. This item came up at the end of last year, and we managed to get this into the system for the resource consent just in the nick of time. So I'd like to thank Councillor Wethy for his lead and his work on having pushed this through. Just in answer or partial answer, because our linkage with Mangawhai Harbour and Estuary is linked with NRC, which is our water quality body, and our regulator for now. The NRC has provided those statements about Mangawhai being having the best water of any harbour in Northland. They've provided that to the Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society, and they did so specifically in the, I'm going to say, July 2020 AGM of the Mangawhai Harbour Restoration Society, which I attended. So if there is an evidence base or trail to be found about that statement in particular, it all comes back to NRC, because that's their job to make those statements. So the important thing here is that in the overall overarching position here by Kaipara District Council is that I'm damned proud that Kaipara District Council is standing up again in a space which is important to its community. We've done so regarding the Dome Valley rubbish dump landfill, and we are doing so here as well. These issues right on the border for Kaipara District are of great importance to Kaipara District people, and the interconnectedness of our part of the country with Auckland Council and Auckland Region cannot be understated. So these resource consent processes are the best tool we have for now to make our voice heard. But I'm very happy to be supporting this recommendation and regarding the submission which has already been made. So this is, if you like, a retrospective noting of that final submission. The earlier decision was, of course, to allow us to have done that. So, and the regarding speaking to the matter when the resource consent hearings come, again, I'm very happy to do so on behalf of Ngā Tangata Katoa o Kaipara. So, and all the people of Kaipara District and Kaipara District Council here, which is part of the job of being the mayor. So I'm, like I say, I'll repeat myself, I'm damned proud of Kaipara District's council's record in standing up for what we believe in for our place. Kia ora. Councillor Wethy, who's led this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm very, very supportive of having put this submission in. The consequences to Kaipara District through the Mangawhai foreshore of this consent not being submitted against, we've got to protect a significant body of our residents from the unintended consequences if this consent for continued sand mining was allowed to proceed. Councillor Delavaris Woodcock's concern about the quality of the water, that has been addressed. There's plenty of evidential support for that statement. Kaipara District Council, along with community members, of which I was one, the NRC and Te Ureo Hau conducted a 18-month survey of all the potential contamination entry points to the harbour and created a real network of information that was analysed by NIWA, that was well publicised, put in the focus. As a consequence of that, NRC, who had discontinued water testing of Mangawhai Harbour back in 2002, recommenced testing in a much more grand scale, and they have therefore got a huge database showing the quality of the water of the harbour. So if they make a comment, as the Mayor said, about the quality of the water, that it is evidential fact that is being spoken on. So I think you shouldn't be too concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent, statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I endorse the submission as it was presented, apart from 1988, and I see it as an expression of our values collectively as Kaipara District, and it's an indication of the mixture under the RMA framework of I guess values and observed experience. So and I also support the Mayor being our representative to that next body that will receive the submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
Yes, I have
Sorry,
looked previously.
addressing the Mayor, Councillor Delavaris Woodcock, as per standing orders.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to address the Mayor and the other councillors. My statement is I do support the
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock, you're very close to being in contempt of council with those comments. Please withdraw those facetious comments and just get on with the job. Thank you.
Which comments would you like me to withdraw, Mr. Mayor?
Your list.
List, Mr. Mayor.
The list where you put Mr. Mayor 3 times in a very short sentence, which was completely disrespectful of the office of the Mayor. All right, and is you risk being in contempt of council. I've asked you to withdraw that. You know exactly what you said.
No, you asked me to address you as the Mayor.
Sorry.
So I said, Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak.
No, that's not what you said. You said more than that. So, Councillor Delavaris Woodcock, please, like I say, you risk being in contempt of council here.
This is a very confusing request to being asked to apologise for addressing you as Mr. Mayor, and you have reminded councillors to continue to address and to make sure they address you as Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, if I kept saying Councillor de la Varus Woodcock, gosh, Councillor de la Varus Woodcock, would you like to speak next, Councillor de la Varus Woodcock? That would also be in contempt of council, all right? Because that's clearly inappropriate behaviour for our decision-making processes. So I'm asking you again, would you please withdraw your statements that you just made and start again afresh here?
Mr. Mayor, I decline to withdraw.
Sorry, all right, Councillor de la Varus Woodcock, you're in contempt of council at this point. Gavin Dawson, will you please remove Councillor de la Varus Woodcock from the meeting? Councillor de la Varus Woodcock, you will be
Mr.
allowed
Mayor,
to
I do
return
object.
in 30 minutes from now. Thank you. Gavin Dawson, will you please remove Councillor
Please,
de la
Mr.
Varus
Mayor,
Woodcock?
Your Worship, I will action that at your request.
Thank you. And so this also links to item number 14.3 in our standing orders about how you address the chair, and item number 13.13b, which is regarding the style, degree, and extent of the interaction between members of this meeting. Councillor de la Varus Woodcock, as I say, half an hour from now, you'll be allowed to return at
Through you, Your Worship, on this matter.
2:05.
I'll advise when that has actually occurred.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. My apologies.
Thank you. So we will go to another elected member for a comment here. No further comments? No further comments? All right, thank you. So we're putting this matter now to the vote. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5.7, the Mangawhai Heads Volunteer Lifeguard Service Termination of Lease and Licence to Occupy application. So for this item, we have Jenny Rooney presenting this, and we have a recommendation here, and we have Councillor Wethy is moving this, and Councillor Curnow is seconding this. Thank you. And before we move on, Gavin Dawson, how are you going there regarding Councillor de la Varus being put in the waiting room?
Your Worship, through you, we may be having some technical difficulty there. I think you'll find it may have been sorted now.
I think it's been sorted. This is a unprecedented moment for our council. So, but nevertheless, we're moving on with our decision making. Thank you. So, Jenny Rooney with this item, and sorry, we have Councillor Wethy and Councillor Curnow. Correct? Yes. Thank you. Jenny, kia ora.
Kia ora. I take it that everybody has read our Fleur, Denise and my report regarding the Mangawhai Heads Volunteer Lifeguard Service and the request for them to have their current joint lease terminated, and we're seeking today an approval of the development agreement for them to extend their building footprint, and we will work with both the Mangawhai Fishing Club and the Mangawhai Heads Surf Life Saving Club to execute those agreements if they're approved. If you'd like to, if there's any questions for either Fleur or myself, and I understand that John Burt is also in the room as well for any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just getting to the right page, but I'm basically going off memory. The site plan of where they want to build the extension on their building, it seems to surround some infrastructure And I'm just checking that due consideration, here it is, the existing water meter and existing wastewater pump, the proposed emergency shed seems to surround the access to those two bits of infrastructure. Is there any, has that been checked? Is that all, that's okay? There's not going to be any problems with accessing those bits of infrastructure?
At this stage, we have been out with inspectors, with building inspectors, and looked at the site both with the surf club's builder and with our inspectors, and at this time, prior to submitting any consents formally, then everything is checked out okay. There has been some feedback from our planning team in terms of they will need to actually look at the flood plain as well. So there's been some extra requirements of them already.
Okay, cool. So it'll be subject to all the normal building consents.
Yes. Yes.
So we'll look into that. Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had.
Thank you, Councillor Wethy. Question for clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at the plan of the site plan, you've got a dotted line which shows the approximate property boundary. Now, between the proposed emergency shed and the existing police cottages, that is the access way for the overflow boat trailer parking. And of course, at present, the existing shed stops quite a number of meters shy of where that access is. There's no restriction or change to the access way. I'm just concerned because there's some pretty big boat trailers dragged there. I don't see us creating a problem for ourselves if we narrowed that access through to the overflow park behind these proposed buildings.
Through the chair, I could perhaps answer that question. Councillor Wethy, the access into the paddock where the parking is actually behind the former or the tourist units.
Excuse me, John Burt. Yeah, could you please put on your camera when you're talking to us, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
I was just saying through the chair, through the mayor, that the access is behind the units, not in front of it. So the development won't actually impinge on.
That's just behind the police cottages, John. Is that what you're saying? Okay,
yes, that's right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other questions for clarification from elected members here? No questions. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Fleur. Thank you, John, for those contributions. So, Councillor Wethy.
Yep.
Statement.
So
Thank you.
This is I think a good step in the right direction. There's no doubt about it. The popularity of the Mangawhai Surf Beach is growing, as the Mayor and I saw or witnessed yesterday morning. A busload of school children were there learning a whole lot of water skills, etc., with instructors down on the beach. The facilities of the existing surf club mean that they have difficulty in storing a lot of their safety equipment, and certainly some of their motorized inflatables that they need to provide a safety support network, if you like, for swimmers and boaties that are using both the beach and the harbour entrance at the heads. And that's basically what this emergency shed will be used for. So the fact that we can accommodate them by again moving them into a license to occupy situation, which has been part of our policy for leases that the council has across the district, means we're basically killing two birds with one stone, giving them the facilities to help servicing the community, and secondly, moving our policy towards license to occupiers. So fully supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd just add to what Councillor Wethy talked about in terms of the surf beach and the entrance to the harbour, that actually my experience of the estuary over this summer through the peak period is the entire estuary is busy and full of people boating, swimming, surf, I don't know what you call it when they go up on the hydrofoil and they have the sail and all of the, and I in reflecting while I was sitting there watching all of this going on, I was reflecting that we are starting to see a greater risk of accident in that estuary area, just with the congestion of all these different types of water users all mixing in the same place, kayakers and jet skis and swimmers, and so unfortunately the chances of an accident are increasing in that space, and having more life-saving capacity in that area is going to be needed. So I support the lease to give them more space to store their equipment.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there further statements? A brief statement from me is that I support the idea of the decoupling of the fishing club and the surf club regarding this revised lease arrangement that we're talking about here as well, rather than what was the case up until now, or the current case now. So the model is getting very clear for a growing town. So I'm supportive of this. Thank you. No further statements? No further statements. Councillor Wethy, back to you for a closing statement if you wish.
No further statements from me on this particular issue, although the supplementary or the complementary issue that Councillor Curnow raised is certainly one that's in the forefront of a lot of people's minds in Mangawhai, is the increasing risk of a serious accident on the harbour because of the extended use that's being made of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, so we're putting this matter to the vote now, item number 5.7. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? So I see that as carried. Thank you. Thank you. So that item is carried. Very good. Thank you, Jenny and Fleur and John, for your contribution there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 5.8, the Gum Diggers Track update. So I'm seeking an elected member to move this item. Councillor Curnow, thank you, and Councillor Vincent seconding that. Thank you. So that's onto the table, and we have Mark Schroers to talk to this item. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon. I'll take my report as read. Happy to receive any questions.
Thank you. So elected members, questions, please. Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And please excuse me for my questions because I don't have multiple screens in the location I'm at. So please bear with me. Mark, if we accept this, do we de facto accept the consent for the mangrove destruction? Sorry, that was a poor choice, for the removal of the mangroves.
Yes, so that's one of the consents there, which is included with that. Now, just because you take on a consent or you apply for and receive consent for something doesn't mean that you have to then go and do it or do it in its full extent, but it gives you the opportunity to do so.
My next question, please, thank you, Mark, is, but without that removal, the project itself wouldn't be feasible? That's a question. Could you please help me understand that?
I haven't undertaken a site visit myself. My understanding from looking at the aerial photos is that there are mangroves in the way of where the proposed structure would go. So some mangrove removal or pruning would be required, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you for that, Mark.
Thank you. Councillor Wethy, question, then Councillor Curnow. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things just to explain. I had the opportunity to walk what is left of the Gum Diggers Track on Monday morning on another particular reason, but having walked it on Monday morning, the Gum Diggers Track is basically almost back to where it was before it was developed. So it's so degraded. So, and certainly they would have to remove a lot of mangroves to put in a jetty. My question, Mark, is that in the long-term plan, we've got $200,000 allocated to the Gum Diggers track, and this is for design, basically design work. What I looked at on Monday morning, all the way to where they had previously got the track to go, which is a long way off Cove Road, this is going to be many, many times that 200,000 for design. We've got no provision for that. So my question is, what is the incentive for council to step in and start taking over these consents, where in our current long-term plan, we've got no financial provision for doing anything further than just a bit of design work?
So were we, for whatever reason, not to proceed with the full Gum Diggers track project, and we were to scale our aspirations back for budgeting constraints or whatever reason we might have to do that, we might still look at the jetty as being something which we still want to create in that area, because the area, the location of the jetty is quite close to the entrance to the track. So it also adjoins the Mangawhai Central subdivision. So it could be that the jetty becomes a feature of the esplanade in that area, potentially without the remainder of the track going ahead. So it's not dependent on the track project in full being completed, and it could even be potentially opened ahead of the track in full being reopened. So I suppose the two are not tied to each other.
Well, just one further question, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Again, on Monday morning, I listened to the Ferry Turn Trust ecologist showing me or indicating the area not more than about 100 metres away from where the proposed jetty is to be located, explaining that's where a couple of ferry terns have currently been sighted foraging. So while we've got consents that have been issued, and this shows some inconsistency in how NRC is treating some of these consents that have included mangrove removal and jetty erection right beside where a foraging area for the ferry terns is, if we went ahead with this, what is the chance that we could be challenged, even though those consents have been issued, because they have now are into very sensitive areas that actually impinge on a number of other consents and policy changes that council's looking at?
I don't know if I'm qualified to or if I'm aware of the ability, I suppose, to challenge the consents once they've been issued, especially given the length of time that they've been issued.
Excuse me, Mark. Could I just pause you there? Sue Davidson, would you be able to bring in Wendy Robinson to be able to help us with this question? But Mark, carry on and do your best here. Yeah.
Yeah, the obviously once it becomes a council held consent and it's a council project, then it becomes it's for us to work with our communities on what they would like us to do, I suppose, in that space. So they could challenge council's actions or what actions council might take under the consent. The consent, I suppose, gives you the opportunity under law to go ahead and take an action, but it's what action you choose to take within the consent. I suppose it's sort of it's a space you can work in, that you have consent to work in. You can do less, you can't do more. This would be my how I'd look at that.
Okay, thank you. We'll circle back to this question again when Wendy Robinson joins us. But Councillor Curnow, do you have a different question just for now? You're on mute. Oh, here's Wendy Robinson. So we're saved there. So sorry. So Wendy Robinson, there's been a question here from Councillor Wethy. Councillor Wethy, would you please repeat your question?
Yes, hello, Wendy. Look, I'm just querying the fact these are some consents relating to the positioning of a jetty in the harbour.
So yeah. So if we can just stick to the principle, Councillor Wethy, of a resource consent has been established. Yeah.
Okay. The principle is if there is a consent that's been issued, and even though it is now in an area which is an area where there is substantial community opposition to other events that are of a like substance, what chance, what is the chance of that community then challenging council if we were to go ahead and action the consents that we would have taken on board?
Got you. So my understanding is that was an NRC consent from quite a while ago. So appeal processes would have long closed quite a while ago. So there shouldn't be any mechanism that I'm aware of that they'd be able to challenge us putting that consent into place or giving effect to it.
Sorry, I had trouble with my sound there. It jumped. So you're saying that there would be no grounds on which anyone could stop anything being put in place that's in line with the consent?
Correct. As long as the consent was given effect to with all of the conditions that are imposed on it.
Within the conditions and the time frame and so on and so on. Yes?
Through the chair, I see Councillor Larson's asked whether a judicial review would be possible. So that would be questioning whether the process from NRC has been followed. So whether there's new information is not necessarily if the process and the information available at that time to make the decision. So it's not as clear cut as that either. If that answers your question.
Thank you. So the decision is made and it's locked, if you like.
That's my understanding, correct.
Decision. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us, Wendy. Thanks. Sorry for interrupting your afternoon.
No worries. Thank you.
Please, back to the other end of everything else you're doing. Thank you. Councillor Wethy, Councillor Wethy, I hope that's answered your question clearly. Councillor Curnow, next question. Thank you.
Yes, I note in the report it says that the consents, if they haven't been exercised by 2025, then they lapse. So by that means they go away, they're no longer valid. You'd have to start the process again. Is that right?
That's correct. You can apply to have them extended, but yes, that's correct.
Okay. And and a second question is that the report also mentions that Mangawhai Central there are discussions about Mangawhai Central being responsible for building or designing and implementing the part of the Esplanade Reserve that adjoins their development. So that means they would do that.
We have to discuss with them if they would build the jetty, or under those same consents, or whether if they would develop the Esplanade Reserve and we would build the jetty onto it after taking over the Esplanade Reserve. So that's something which we'll have to discuss and work through with them. Again, depending on the direction received here. It's something we have to work through.
Yeah. So by us holding that consent, we actually control whether that jetty goes ahead or not.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for clarification here? Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark, hi again. There was an interesting point raised, which I'd like quick clarification. The Mangawhai Central, any contribution they do that they're looking to be part of their what is called development contribution, we as a council or council staff still have the opportunity to decide whether it meets our criteria, don't they? So, for example, if Mangawhai Central picked up this resource consent and we said it doesn't meet our criteria, they're unlikely to, sorry, I can't put, I'm trying to phrase it, they'd be less likely to see it as a way of covering the expenditure they have to spend as the developer next door. Is that correct?
I would say there's a lot of presupposition in that, Councillor.
My question my question is, if somebody else was to pick up resource consent, such as Mangawhai Central, the council still would have the choice as to whether or not we supported that as being their contribution. Is that correct?
And maybe more a question for Sue around, because I haven't been directly involved in discussions with Mangawhai Central at this point about what they will build and what will constitute a deduction in their reserve contributions and so on. So are you able to comment?
Yeah, that's correct. At the moment, the only construction that has been done is moving the sewer pipe, and also they are obviously going to construct the shared path for us. But there's been nothing else agreed, and obviously those things have been brought to council in the past as well. So, and if there was anything to come out, it wouldn't come out of development contributions, because we're only taking development contributions for water waste, and the community is actually the library. So it would come out of financial contributions for reserves. Thanks.
And thank you, Sue. So my quick question, really quick question, because I know the day's going on. So that we still have the choice as to whether we accept that as a financial contribution contract then?
Yes, you do.
If it's got past this point.
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Mark, for this item. So, Councillor Curnow.
Yeah, I support the motion, not because I necessarily support the jetty. I remain to be convinced on the value of the jetty there, and what the environmental impacts might be. However, I support the motion because it gives council control over whether that happens. If it went somewhere else and someone else took on that consent, then we would not have control. We've been told clearly the consent is there. It's you can't contest it now. It is established, and until 2025 that consent is valid, and anyone who holds the consent can go and build a jetty there, whether we like it or not. And with council, if council owns it, then we can go through the process of looking at designs, working with the community, understanding all the issues around where ferry terms are foraging and what the community actually want in that space, and then we can use that consent or not. But if we don't control that consent, it could get foisted upon us whether we like it or not. So that's why I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would put it slightly differently, just that for a minimal outlay, the council retains a discretion on whether or not this development should or could proceed. And that's about the sum total of it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Further statements from elected members. Councillor Wethy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I can see the direction that both my colleagues have gone, and that does make sense. It gives council control. And I think that's very important, because at the end of the day, you've got to remember that the NRC did not recommend for adoption consents for the historic wharf rebuild. Have consistently opposed consents for mangrove removal on the harbour side of the causeway bridges. So to go ahead and start putting a jetty in an area that is only accessible for 2 hours on either side of high tide, and then also allow mangrove removal, is almost at total conflict to what the direction of the NRC has had in the last couple of years. However, by taking on board these consents, we do have control, because I think that there needs to be a lot of robust debate to determine whether or not council funds, because bearing in mind this Gum Diggers track was originally a community initiative, a separate community trust was formed and has been managing it. The funds, as far as I can recall, we made $1 million grant to help them get off the ground, and that was subsequently spent. They've run out of steam, obviously, with Mangawhai Central. So there's a lot of debate that needs to be done before we would make the final decision. But it does give us control of these consents if we have ownership of these consents. So that's the only reason that I would support this, because I'm not at all convinced, as Councillor Curnow said, that this is necessarily something that would be consistent with what we've done and supported in the past, and whether it would bring enough benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wills, statement.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll accept the leadership shown by the other councillors and the fact that the benefit of us getting control of the resource consent. Councillor Wethy's mentioned the financial implications, but my specific concerns are regarding the environmental considerations. I'm struggling to vote in favour of something that gives us the right to remove mangroves, but that seems a logical way, on the proviso that we as a council discuss it further as to whether we're actually going to let it go, or sorry, retain the resource consent, because we can also as a council, once we get control of it, rescind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further statements, elected members? Councillor Joyce Paki.
Thanks for the, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a really good listen. I've enjoyed hearing the different kōrero, and I know this word control comes in, and that's one thing that our community really hate, is when we talk about controlling everything. So I just think it's an opportunity too good to miss, and there's far greater benefits to taking this on than there is in the decline or the negative. So yeah, it has my support. I think we've heard about environmental, financial, and for me there's also a cultural element. So I think it's a great way for us to navigate this new space, to bring on board our community and see what is really needed there to utilise that space. So kia ora.
Thank you. Further statements, Councillor Larson?
Through you, Your Worship, Gavin Dawson here. Under the standing orders, Councillor Delavaris Woodcock is now entitled to enter the room.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. But
so she may, and I'll note that on the minutes. I just need to make that clear.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Maris, the procedures for the council at this point, considering we're just about to vote and Councillor Delavaris Woodcock has not been able to participate in that on this item at any point. So this means Councillor Delavaris Woodcock is unable to vote on this item.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for the question. It all depends on whether or not Councillor Delavaris Woodcock has been watching the debate on there. She has the full report in front of her and understands the decision that is to be made. It might just be appropriate to put up to where we're at when she comes back in and ask if she wants to vote. She can make the call.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that then. So, Councillor Larson, sorry, statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that there's obviously a will here to see through this project in whatever form it can be seen through. There's some merit to it and having water access and you know, public recreation. So I'm not too concerned about the risk of a budget, etc. Those things are matters that can be explored because council can take the consent as far as it wants to or doesn't want to once it gets to that point. So I think this should tidy this area up next to that development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All the statements are pointing in one direction. Councillor Curnow, closing statement.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. It's a unanimous vote. If we'd record that, please, Gavin Dawson.
Sorry. So this is Doug Water Storage.
No, this is Gumdiggers Track 5.8.
5.8. All right. Moved by, just sorry for my record.
Councillor Curnow, seconded by Councillor Vincent.
Carried unanimously.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And we should have Councillor Delavaris Woodcock able to join the meeting again if she chooses. So, but we will carry on. So please ensure that Councillor Delavaris Woodcock can join the meeting. Thank you. So we're moving on to item number 5.9, the Dargaville Water Storage indicative business case item. I'm happy to move this, and Councillor Wills seconding this puts it onto the table. Thank you. So Mark Schroers again.
So I wonder if it's maybe useful just to quickly recap on the process to date, which is that it's been identified that Dargaville has water shortage issues. Council has put some money in the long-term plan to investigate opportunities to address that and to connect to storage, and directed staff particularly to look at the Te Tai Tokerau Water Trust. And all.
Hey, can you join? Just join in now.
I'm trying to, Gavin.
Sorry.
Oh, yes, I think it's working.
Technical challenge here. As
Sorry, my apologies, Council. Sorry.
As Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock rejoins the meeting here. Please proceed.
She is talking about it now.
Okay, so if I'll carry on.
Yes, please, Mark.
Yep. So first thing we did was we went to our Environmental Limited, who are experts in this space, and said to them, look, have we got one option on the table, or have we got two options on the table? Can you please look at the Waiatua Reservoir, Council's existing water storage reservoir, and see if there's some opportunities to better utilise that? They came back and said, yes, there are. So then we commissioned a further piece of work and said to them, can we look at opportunities? And they looked at a few different concepts around both options. And we asked them what are the indicative costs, what are the indicative risks, benefits, so on. Can we get us an idea of which way to go? And we've taken that their findings and put that into an indicative business case, which came out concluding that the Waiatua Reservoir, Council's existing water storage reservoir, presents the best opportunities. It comes in significantly cheaper in particular, and part of that is a big part of the costs with the Water Storage Trust is the cost of purchasing shares to buy into the trust. And what that's representing, it's probably worth taking a moment to note, is that with the Waiatua option, you've got an existing reservoir which you've already spent the capital to build, and you're looking at how you can better utilise, how you can modify and build on that. Whereas the cost of purchasing shares, essentially you're taking on a share of the capital cost of building a new reservoir, and that's possibly what's contributed to that being so much more expensive. It's sort of existing versus going new. So we've taken now that to yourselves to consider which option to pursue. We've set out an indicative business case, and you've also got access to the hours reports as well for further information there. We will go to from here, once you've selected which option you want to progress. We'll then start to investigate that one option in much more detail. So we start by looking at quite a high level at things sort of quite a high concept stage, and then once we know which direction we're going, we'll start to go down a lot more into detail and try and refine the cost estimates more, trying to refine exactly what we'll build and so on, and then we'll bring that into a business case, which will come back to you around the end of this calendar year for approval, and that'll set out more clearly what it is exactly we're looking to build, more clearly what the costs will be, and then we can look at including those costs for budgeting purposes, and as we then move forward into more detailed design and resource consenting. So that's I think a bit of, in a nutshell, where we're up to, and yeah, I'll pass it to you for questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wills, question.
I do apologise for interrupting. I would like to register an interest. I've just realised the roto intake and the pipe work is on a property I own before we have a discussion. If that could be registered, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That will be registered on this item. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. Is this, Councillor Wills, is this an existing one or a new one?
This is additional to the interest that I had in the first presentation from the Tangata Memorial Hall.
All right, good.
Thank you. So proceeding. So are there elected members? Mark Schroers is at the end of his presentation here. Are there questions for clarification? Councillor Vincent, then Councillor Curnow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just wonder in terms of trying to not exactly compare like with like, but one of the factors which only the Waiatua Dam option has is reliance on the pipeline, the existing pipeline coming into Dargaville, whereas the coming off the TTTT trust, whatever one it doesn't to the same extent. And I had heard from many years ago that that main pipe was in need of replacement. Now, has that factor been weighed into the viability of the Waiatua Dam option?
So that length of pipeline is something which we're going to need to replace or maintain anyway. So neither of these options will fully replace our existing water sources, rather they augment them. So we'll still receive the most of our water run of river from the, so we say the Kaihu catchment river, Waiparataniwha stream. So we're still going to need that pipework in place.
So then, so what that means, just from my understanding, then that if it's everything has a finite life in that game, it'll need replacing at some time anyway, regardless of whether or whichever option we choose.
Correct.
Okay. So would that Waiatua Dam option hasten the need for replacement?
It shouldn't do. So the volume of water going through the pipe shouldn't change. It's just whether if that water is coming from further up the catchment or coming from the Waiatua Dam.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed the modelling's been done on 20% growth over in Dargaville over, what is it, 30 years? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. How realistic is that? I mean, given that we talked this morning about a possible development in Dargaville that may contribute 25% additional population, are we comfortable that that growth is a realistic figure over 30 years?
So the population projections were prepared by Infometrics, and what they're looking at there, on the one hand, is the capacity of an area to provide enough houses to accommodate the growth. The other thing you have is enough growth to fill the houses. So you can build houses and more and more houses, but if there's no one who wants to live in them, the demand doesn't get taken up. And you'll be familiar with when you have a subdivision that might take place, it might be say 100 lots, and it might take many years for those to actually sell. So the population projections are from Infometrics, and we're reasonably confident in those, given their expertise in preparing those. What's a bit more of a concern probably is the industrial demand, which is much harder to model. And we've assumed 20% increase in industrial demand as well, which we're comfortable with at present. But as we go into further, as we move on with this investigation, there'll be, I suppose, more refinement. We still start at quite a high level. We start to refine more as we go, and we are working with the larger industrial water users and connected to the Dargaville scheme around what their intentions may be.
Okay, and then, so is there any tolerance if growth is faster? I mean, you say we get I don't know, a timber and pulp mill that decides it wants to set up in Dargaville. I don't know how much water they use. I imagine there's a fair bit. I don't know. Or imagine a factory that uses a high amount of water. If that suddenly decided to arrive, is there tolerance in this for that to happen? Or do we then find ourselves immediately back where we are now?
So there is tolerance. So what AWA have done is they've scaled both options to this demand. So they've started by establishing how much water do we need, and they've made a number of assumptions around that, which are set out in the report. And they've scaled both options to that. So the heightening of the dam, the increase in capacity is all scaled to that. It would be possible to heighten the dam still further, and that could be a future project. But the initial one, which they've indicated there, would be to create a pump on the Kaihu River and to start harvesting water from the river when the river is at peak flows or higher flows, and just top up the dam with that water there. So that would significantly increase the amount of water available to the town. So both of them we asked for a bit of future proofing in terms of what if our projections are exceeded, and the other option, the trust option, the solution would be to purchase more shares. So both of them come with more capacity, but at an additional capital investment.
Okay, I'll just have one last question, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. Given that we're moving into climate change and these things become less and less predictable, the model that we're looking at here deals with basically a 3-month drought period. What happens if it's a longer than that drought?
Yeah, so it's quite a conservative assumption because it's not just a 3-month drought period. It's a 3-month period where there is no water available from any other source. So that's much more severe than anything we experienced to date. At the moment, we still get enough water from the Kaihu River to keep us going, I suppose. It's not enough as much as we'd like. We do have to go on water restrictions, but we still have water available in the Kaihu River even during droughts. This would be assuming that there was no water at all available from the Kaihu. Or the other thing which we currently get is that there will be periods of rainfall, and things around here. It could be a thunderstorm in a catchment. Another catchment doesn't receive any rain, but there's that pulse of water goes down the Kaihu catchment, and we don't have any ability to store that at present. So it just goes past our intakes and out to sea, and it does us no benefit. In this, were we to move towards water harvesting one day, we would be able to redirect that up to the dam. And if we were to hit our dam catchment, then of course it would top up the dam. So the assumption is that there's 3 months where it does not rain or recharge that dam at all, and there's no water available from any other source.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mark, I really thank you very much for all of your answers to my questions I asked before this meeting. I really appreciate your promptness and also the fullness of your information you provided. It answered a lot of questions I had. Some questions I still had was you compared the two in your proposal between 370 odd thousand cubes versus 550 odd thousand cubes. Why were the volumes between the two dams different, please?
Okay, so with the Waiatua Reservoir, what you've got there is a live storage capacity. So you think of a bucket. Think of a bucket. You can put water in, you can take water out, and more water will come in. You can take more water out. So it's a capacity. Okay, with the trust option, what you're going for is actually the volume of the water. So it's like a bucket of water, and that's your bucket of water for the year.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not a bucket that sort of can keep filling up. This is your bucket of water for the year. How much water do you want this year? Whereas the other one is how big do you need your bucket to be, and you can fill it up as you get the opportunity as it rains.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, and before we carry on with my questions, what sort of money are we looking at spending? I mean, before we realise how in depth we need to ask questions, what sort of money are we looking to spend on this investigation? Please.
I would say that's spend on the investigation.
Range, because there's no point in asking a lot of questions if it's not a significant amount of money. Sorry, please, Mark.
Now, I might pass it to my manager, Eros, who's a better understanding than I do of what the costs of the remaining cost of this investigation are likely to be up to a shovel-ready point.
Hi, can you hear me? Just in case.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So normally you go for the designing fee. There are different steps and different type of investigation that you need to do. So looking at this, let's say ballpark here. So the consultant estimate is a $6.5 million project overall. So you will normally look around the 15-20% overall 20% package. No, so we're looking about 1 million. So this phase will probably be the additional investigation we're looking at. So to move, we call concept design here, will probably be around the ballpark of 150K based on the type of investigation. So what we're trying to do at the moment is identify what will be the cost. Like for the dam, will be geotechnical investigation. Those are physical investigation to de-risk the project. We can go hardcore or we can go light, depending on the risk. And then we got the pipeline investigation that is mainly routing at this stage. So we are not going to do any auger or any physical investigation at this time because we still need to decide if we go left or right, if you get where we're going from. So at the moment, we will expect from the consultant in the ballpark of 100, 150 to progress a concept design.
How much, sorry?
100,000, 150,000, including geotechnical investigation at the dam. This is the ballpark we're looking at the moment. We haven't got an offer of service still from the consultant.
But that's, sorry, thanks, Iris. So basically by approving this, we're approving just roughly between $100,000 and $200,000 in consultancy.
Ballpark, yeah. The idea is to get a concept design to bring in front of you with more detailed information, and this is the money that we probably need to get those information to you and push further.
So it's from my role as a councillor, it's quite a significant investment in giving the direction at this meeting. So I'll please, and thank you for your patience and thank you for your answers. My concern with it is regarding the as mentioned by the
questions for clarification.
Yeah, my question for clarification is that Infometrics forecast for growth for Dival was based on the previous growth of Dival, which makes sense. But any variation in that, how quickly will it cause our dam to reach its capacity if we go down this lower cost model, please?
Well, both options are scaled to the same capacity, and as you know, have ability to provide additional. The projections were based on previous growth. They were also based. They're also based on employment growth and economic factors as well, and they'll be updated. They're going to be updated, I think, annually now. So we'll keep a tab on population growth, and see we'll work with the larger industrial water users, try and get a handle on what their water use will be.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Councillor Kerner. Your hand is up.
I did have one more question that's just arisen from that last discussion, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. Just what budget does this come out of? Is it budgeted for this design work? I'm not talking about the whole project. Obviously, we have a long way to go before that's approved. But is the 150K estimate, is that in an approved budget?
So from my understanding, it's not. At the moment we had only approved this initial $100,000 for the start. So we haven't spent in total this amount. So this is an unapproved budget.
So just further to that, it's likely we'd either find it from, I'll have to look to see what pots we have any money in, and if not, come back to council for a loan, funding by loan, which ultimately would be taken over by the Three Waters.
We do have funds remaining in that initial 100,000 that's been allocated to this project. We have funds remaining to continue to progress this in the remainder of this financial year.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any further questions from elected members at this point? No further questions. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Eros. You may stand down. Thank you. Just at this point, I'd just like to go to Mr. Maris and or Gavin Dawson. How are we getting on with opening the door for Councillor Delavaris Woodcock to re-enter?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, we're having a few technical issues opening that door, reopening that door. I have to say, I have asked Victoria to whether or not she can call in, but we might have some technical issues here. Up to you, but it might be valuable to take a 5-minute break to see if we can work that through with her.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So we will adjourn the meeting at this point. It's 2:26. We'll resume in 5 minutes, so that'll be 2:31. Thank you, everyone. We'll just stand down for 5 minutes. Thank you. Kia ora.
I hear you. Now, Victoria, are you there?
Yes. So,
right, I'm gonna hang up. I'm gonna hang up this way.
yes.
And for the record, Victoria joined the meeting at 2:33. All right. That's your seat. Apologies. Bye. So just don't hang up.
Right, kia ora. So we've just had a brief adjournment here in the middle of this item, and I believe at this point that the technology issues have been overcome somewhat, and Councillor de Lavares Woodcock has been able to rejoin the meeting. Councillor de Lavares Woodcock, are you there?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We can hear you loud and clear, so that's very good. So just to update you to where we are on the agenda, now we are in literally the middle of item number 5.9, the Dargaville water storage indicative business case. So we're just about to go to statements on that item. So we have just concluded the questions on that.
Yes.
So what I would propose, knowing that you have had the papers for this,
yes.
And the officers have been, if you like, rested here, so we will proceed into statements. You'll be allowed to have your statement here and be allowed to vote as well, even though you weren't here for the entire item. All right.
Thank you.
So very good. Thank you. So we're going to proceed here, and we can hear loud and clear. So, but I'll need to come to you. I don't know if there's any other way that you could raise my attention. All right. So we'll need to come to you directly. All right. Thank you. So the Dargaville water storage, this item is, as we're looking to proceed towards business case options in either direction. We have options on the table in front of us, but the recommendation here is to go with the Waiatua Dam, and which is the water infrastructure that the council already owns. And I guess there's a good principle here of consistency for the council in making good of what we already have and making it better rather than starting all over again. And so that sort of principle, if you like, is behind the support that I have for this option. Of course, this is also the cheapest option, and with the town population where it is now and where it may be in the future, frankly, we cross that bridge when we come to it, because we can actually only know the population as it is now and the information as provided by Infometrics about the immediate trend in the population growth. So, so I'm happy to support the Waiatua Reservoir option. Having been through the last few summers of droughts and water restrictions for Dargaville Town, we need to be finding solutions for Dargaville and for Bailey's Beach here that are cost effective and most sustainable and future proofing, while also retaining a sense of the council leading this important project on behalf of its people. Regarding the Three Waters reforms of the government, we don't yet know exactly what direction that's going to take, but every indication is that those reforms are going to proceed, and in which case, of course, this project would then be picked up by whatever the water entity is in the future. But again, cross that bridge when we come to it, because that's not our business here today. Our decision for today is that we're at a gate or a fork in the road about which business case do we prefer. And so and I'm going with the option which is closest to home. So that's my approach, and so I'm supportive of that recommendation. Thank you. Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I seconded the motion. I don't necessarily support it because it's the cheapest option, but it does have, I have a direct involvement. It does have the capacity for scalability, and the fact that at some future stage we can put pumps in and reverse the flow through the winter and actually fill at capacity at a relatively economical price makes sense. And then hooking it into the Roto intake, which is only less than 4 kilometres, when I understand previous costings were done on taking the pipe directly to Darwin, which was horrendous and not economical. So congratulations on working out an alternative. I see there's mention there of previous discussions with the landowners where the pipeline is due to go over. I just wish to inform the staff that that farm has since sold and there's a new owner, so they'll have to start that discussions again, but that's up to them. My concerns are around us sinking, by the time we finish this, something like $250,000 into the process, including the initial investigation and now this. To commit this, we have to apologise. I need to be comfortable or confident that it's the right thing to do. And again, like I said, my support is largely because we're using infrastructure we already have, and I believe it's potentially even more scalable. It's basically our version of Te Tokoro Dam, but within our control and ownership. So I support this and just hope that they come back with some firm options that are practical and that we can afford to implement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Curnow, then Councillor Weddy, then Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 12 or 10 years ago or more, when I first got involved with council, one of the first papers that I saw coming through to the commissioners was a paper on exactly this, security of water supply in Dargaville. I believe it wasn't the first time that had been discussed, and I'm sure Mark has perspective on that. So this is something that's been kicked around for years and years, and yet nothing real has happened. And so doing that, but to me, doing nothing is really no longer an option. We've got increasing drought, we've got increasing population. Dargaville needs us to do something to sort this out. Now, this option is the cheapest. It's got tolerance built in for different population levels. It's got scalability in terms of you can build the dam bigger and bigger if you want to, and it's rechargeable as well. So it seems to tick a lot of the boxes, albeit that this is a very early stage look at the options. So to me, it seems eminently sensible to move to the more detailed business case and design work to start really looking at this seriously and giving it a good hard poke with the stick to see if it still stands up at that point. So yeah, I look forward to an explanation as to how we're going to fund it, but I think it really does need to be done. It's been a very long time coming, and delaying it is just not going to help. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Weddy, then Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, I support this option A, looking at the Waiata Dam. I think it certainly makes the best use of current council assets, both in the water treatment plant, which was going to have to be a new one built if we went through from the Te Tokoro Dam, a water supply trusts option. The concerns expressed about the current pipeline and the need for perhaps its replacement, as we've been told, regardless of which option we choose, that pipeline's still going to be required, and therefore it's really a maintenance cost, and it should be covered by a depreciation reserve that we've been accumulating. So I don't see that as something that should really cloud the issue here. We're looking at the best possible use of existing assets. We've got an existing dam which can be can be increased in capacity, and we've got an existing water treatment plant that can cope with the extra water going through, because we're not actually adding the volume, we're just smoothing it out over a period when we otherwise might have a low flow and a drought conditions. So I personally think that even if you look at, if the dam that we're looking at cost on its high side of 5 million, and the alternative was going to the Tokerau Trust water supply dam at the low end of there, but 14 million, an extra 150,000 is only a very, very small amount of money, and the potential benefit and what we would secure in terms of water security is just too great to turn down. So I think this is definitely the best option to go by. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak in support of the motion. What I like about it is the using an existing facility that we already have. It really makes me smile when I think about putting a pump in the system. It's like fitting a turbocharger on a motor. It really greatly adds to the viability of the proposal. I think that's really clever, simple but clever. I do think we've got the spectre of the Three Waters reforms in the background. To have something worked along as far as we possibly can surely must mean that if the axe falls and our Three Waters gets chopped off, that's got to put it somewhere up the top of the queue in terms of jobs that are going to get attended to. And I was also thinking, just imagine if we were past the stage now that we had completed the feasibility, even preliminary drawings, and we had a provincial growth fund which was wanting to find out about shovel-ready projects. Like that could have been on that pile as well of jobs. The main regret I have, something I don't like, is the fact that I didn't think of, as Councillor Wills asked the obvious question about, so what's it going to cost to give effect to this decision? And I think that's something that could have, like we did have indicative costs of the project, but in terms of this decision, it is to do the next stage of a feasibility study, making a business case. I think it would have been useful information to have had that in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members?
I have a statement.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My statement will make certain points about the report. And first of all, it's a no-brainer to support the Waiatawa Reservoir option with 350,000 cubic metres of live storage water, which will be adequate for Dargaville's short future needs. And with the reverse pipeline as a later option is also encouraging. I just want to question certain assumptions that are made. I think they need to consider a longer drought than 3 months, so even 6 months. Some districts or regions of New Zealand are experiencing. It's also really good and significant to note that Dargaville Water Treatment Plant has sufficient capacity to accommodate the demand, and that's an interesting position, considering that the next item on the agenda is to take our Three Waters assets off us. I also question the proposed dairy factory on the assumptions that about water take volumes when that kicks in or takes operation, because I'm not sure where they're drawing their water from, but I would say, and it's stated there, if it's from the Kaihu River, that could have effect as well, which may, which is, should be considered. The next point I want to make is that we may need to review our procurement strategy to achieve good procurement outcomes for Kaipara and for New Zealand, because there will be multinational tenders and companies interested in this infrastructure work, and I think that we need to amend our strategy to promote local suppliers and contractors to the best effect possible. I object to the business case stating on page 33 that this Waiatawa reservoir will be transferred into the Three Waters entities. I think that that hasn't happened, and that is an assumption, and it's a political process that is obviously going to raise many obstacles from our New Zealand citizens and democracy. And finally, I would also like and draw a council's attention to be very careful not to put in reports authorising business cases that the costings that have been supplied for the 3.3 million are subject to plus or minus 50% accuracy, because obviously it's going to err on the plus side, and that's tantamount to an invitation to cost escalation. And that is something that we must be vigilant about in this inflationary environment. So in conclusion, I support the option for Waiatawa Dam Reservoir business case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So further statements, Councillors Larson or Joyce Pucky?
Nothing.
Councillor Larson.
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Joyce Pucky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm also in favour of, sorry, technical issues, of the proposal for Waiatawa. I think it's all in the name. You look at Wai and us being a, don't go there, but I think it's awesome. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to put this item to the vote, please, and this will be by division. Thank you, Mr. Maris.
Kia ora, Your Worship, through you, Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Joyce Parkey.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Wethy. Councillor Wills.
For.
Your Worship.
For.
That's clearly carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maris. Thank you for that. Thank you, everybody. So that's very clear direction from this council here on this subject. Let's keep moving on with our agenda today, and welcome back, Councillor Delavaris Woodcock. So we're moving into the information items for today, and we're at item number 6.1, which is the petition regarding vape stores in Dargaville. And so I'm sorry, I'm just pulling up the item here. There's a recommendation here to note the response to the petition on the vape stores, and I'm seeking someone to move that. Councillor Joyce Pucky, thank you. And a seconder for that item, Councillor Curnow, thank you. Shireen Mundy, kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Your Worship, and elected members. So just to briefly recap on the item, I'll take the item as read, but Council received a petition about, and the specifics of the request was to limit or reduce the amount of vape stores in the district, particularly in Dargaville. So the item discusses that particular matter in detail, and staff sought legal advice and reviewed the status, and it is not possible under current legislation. Vaping is a legal product, to remove or reduce or restrict the amount of type of retail outlets. It's a retail outlet like any other retail outlet. And that is the main premise of the item. Staff met with the petitioners and discussed the options around this in terms of, and discussed the opportunity to for a remit to LGNZ, and staff understand that the petitioners are working with one or more of the councillors on that matter. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. So are there questions for clarification, elected members? So a question from me. So regarding the notion of a remit, knowing the processes there for having that remit come up through this council, if it's coming here, and then getting other councils to also sign on, including councils from the Northland region and so on as part of that remit acceptance process. How are we tracking on that timeline in total, Shireen?
Your Worship, that is a matter for the petitioners to work through with the elected members that they're working through on this matter. Otherwise, I'll hand over to Jason Marriott to answer that question. That's a process that sits outside of my experience.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Shireen. Shireen's actually correct. It is up to the petitioners to talk to elected members and for you guys to sponsor that through this council in the first instance, and then through other councils if needed, or a Zone 1 meeting of which you're the chair.
Correct. So I guess my question was about the timing of that. Is it potentially on track for this year, or is it next year's story?
Through your year, I think we could. We haven't. I can't recall seeing the information from LGNZ yet on the timing as far as the remits. So potentially it could be done this year if they get ready and get going.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Shireen. Thank you, Mr. Maris. So we're going here to, I'm going to say Councillor Joyce Paki. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Shireen and the team for following that up. I know it probably wasn't the outcome that they were looking for, but it's a decision and a matter that now sits with them regardless of you know what's gone on today. But thank you. I haven't actually reached out to that group of recent. There's been far more things going on, pressing issues for those health providers. So yeah, I look forward to seeing where this lands. My understanding is they do want to take it to this year's remit. So yeah, kia kaha, kaipara. Let's do something.
Kia ora. Councillor Curnow.
Nothing really to add. Just yes, let's support that remit and see if we can get that happening. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members here? All right. So Councillor Joyce Paki, would you like a closing statement? No, thank you. Right, we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. So we're moving on to item number 6.2, the Three Waters update. And I'm seeking an elected member to move the noting of this report. Councillor Curnow, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Joyce Paki, thank you. Sue Davidson, kia ora.
Kia ora. This is just an update to the public and council to let them know where we're at, where the governor's at with their Three Waters. And so the key points are that there's been a working group established to look at representation and governance and accountability of the new water services entities, and that our mayor is the person that on the working group, and so he would have a more understanding of what's happening at that level. But also that we've received a transition information pack, which basically is telling us that the key things that they want to achieve, and if you look at the there's a table in there that shows what they're looking at achieving in the timeline, but over the next year they want to establish the local entities and pointer CE. That hasn't happened as yet. It's been slow progress, but they also want to engage with councils, which they've started doing, and they want to understand our asset management plans so that they can look at a joint asset management plans. They want to then do looking at organisational design, looking at what potential staff we have, what potential contractual conditions those staff have to us, and also they want to also do pricing, look at once they've got the asset management plans and coming up with their own budgets. My understanding is they want to look at what kind of pricing might be charged to individual users of water, so that because that's what obviously they've made statements that it'll be cheaper, so they'll be wanting to do that. And I suppose the key thing for us is the better off package. It does talk about that they will get back to us in February, but we're just about there, and more recent indications are they've said it'll be in the next few weeks. So as yet I haven't received anything that I can take to this council to even think of considering the better off package or the way forward.
Thank
So
you.
that's, yeah.
Are there questions for clarification of Sue at this point?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor De La Woodcock, yes, please.
Yes, so my question is actually for you. Why have you joined a working party when this council failed to consult on whether our constituents wanted to be part of this reform? Because in my opinion, without this consultation that other councils have undertaken, you don't have a mandate to speak on behalf of our Kaipara district.
Just to answer that, I'm not speaking on behalf of Kaipara, but
no, Councillor De La Woodcock is talking to me, actually, Sue, not to you. So I was invited by the Minister to represent all of Te Tai Tokerau and the councils of all of Northland as their representative, as the single representative. There are 2 elected mayors from each of the entities that are proposed, there being 4 entities. So there are 2 mayors from each entity across New Zealand who were invited by the Minister of Local Government to participate and to provide feedback and input into the Three Waters Working Group on governance, accountability and representation issues. So I have been attending those meetings since December, and tomorrow, Friday, is meeting number 8 for me on that group. So as to the point of me not being representative of the people, that's a fascinating question. And I go, as chairman of Northland's Mayoral Forum, I actually have to speak all the time for all the people of Northland. So, I'm a representative here, you know, and that's your opinion if I'm not a representative, but the minister made her choice. And so I'm providing input there as best I can and putting Kaipara and Northland interests forward as best I can, wearing both of the hats that I wear. So I hope that answers your question. It may not satisfy your question, but I hope it answers your question. Councillor Vincent, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kind of in a way, it branches off from what Councillor Delavaris Woodcock has said, in that it seems that the government has worked its way through this process to this point without it actually being any significant decision which the council has made, thereby triggering the significance policies, so that the community has the opportunity to provide its feedback. Do you see, so here's my question coming, so do you see anywhere further in the process where that degree of significance might be triggered? Is it that when we get to a certain point when we don't really have any choice, but we just have to go ahead with it, that will be significant?
I think if legislation comes through, we won't have a choice to consider significance at all. So yeah, if the government passes legislation, then we have to do what they say, and that doesn't go out for consultation. That's the whole point of what how they've changed their views. And yeah, did that answer the question?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, no, it's yeah. A further question I have, and I'm not too sure if this would be the correct forum or whether it was sort of something we could have covered first thing this morning before the meeting, is I'm just interested to know, and the mayor may be best placed to answer this, is where we've got to in trying to sort out this nutty governance arrangement that the government has put forward as their proposal about, so that ensuring that the community are at least 3 steps removed from the people who would actually be running these new ventures.
So, I can tell you what I can tell you here, which is that the working group that I sit on has tomorrow's meeting and another meeting to go, and then its work will be concluded here. There are changes that are being suggested to the proposed model. I can't go any deeper into that because the only person who's allowed to speak for whatever is coming is the chair of that committee. And that's part of the conditions here. So it's all I can say is it's a very fascinating project and very fascinating process, and doing it at lightning speed is a very great challenge. Yeah, with very large principles of democracy and good governance, which we all know and love and hold dear to our hearts as Kaipara District Councillors. Yeah, let alone our water infrastructure, for which we've paid so dearly. Further questions, elected members? No further questions. Thank you, Sue. So we'll go to Councillor Curnow for a statement here. Thank you.
Just a short statement thanking Sue for keeping us informed as best she can on as to how this progresses. Yeah, that's all that we can ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Joyce Pucky.
Yeah, I'm the same. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Short and sweet. Thank you very much for the continued updates. Well done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there any further statements from elected members here? Councillor Delavaris Woodcock. No, I saw your phone come alive there, Councillor Delavaris Woodcock. I thought you wanted to make a statement here. No, all right. No statement there. Are there any further statements?
Hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
hang on. Yes, we can now. There, when you said hear me, yes.
Yes, so do I speak up? Can you hear me now, Mr. Mayor?
Barely.
Okay, I'll put my
That's
volume
better.
up.
Better, thank you. Sorry, we're all doing that. You can't see us. That's all right. Yes, Councillor De La Barris Woodcock. Speak clearly, please.
Okay, I'll go nearer the door. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
So my statement is to ask the Honourable Minister Nanaia Mahuta to please avert the proposed reform and please be honest about the fact that multinational corporations such as EDI Downer have been lobbying our Treasury since 2017, and that this is privatisation by stealth, and that this is a complete dissolution, represents a dissolution of local democracy, because councils and territorial authorities around the motu will have no fundamental function in terms of controlling their choices and the outcomes for wastewater, stormwater and drinking water.
Thank you. Thank you. Clear statement. Thank you. Are there any further statements from elected members? If not, we'll go back to Councillor Curnow for a closing statement if you so wish.
Nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Nothing to add. Thank you. Right, so we're putting the noting of this report to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
I vote against, and I would like a division, please, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly, Councillor De La Barris Woodcock. A division has been called, Mr. Maris. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor De La Barris Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Parkey.
For. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Worthy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Your Worship.
For.
It's carried 7-1.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's clear. We've noted that report. Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to call for a motion to extend today's meeting beyond the 6-hour time limit that it has, and Councillor Curnow's moving that, and I'm seconding that. Thank you. So I'd like to put that to the vote now. Thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
I'm against. I vote against.
Voting against extending the meeting, Councillor De La Barris Woodcock. Yes. All right. Okay. Thank you.
I cannot participate, Mr. Mayor. I would like the restriction, the host restriction, removed so that I can participate fully to this and do my job.
Yes. Councillor De La Barris Woodcock, you are participating fully in the democratic functions here, insofar as you are able to hear and to be heard and to vote, and so that's important. And those are the core elements. Thank you. Thank you.
But please, Mr. Mayor, if we're going to extend this meeting, can you please try and get the staff to remove the restriction that was placed to keep me out of the meeting online, because it's still not been lifted.
Sorry.
I could join online, but it's not. It needs to be resolved, in my opinion, for this to be a proper meeting.
Sorry. So, and thank you for your opinion. You are wrong, because actually a proper meeting is simply your attendance by phone or by video link, and they're both equally valid. So one is not more valid than the other. So they are of equal validity and carry equal weight as far as representation and democracy around the table. But I understand your point there about the technology. I'm going to hand to Louise Miller here for a comment on this.
Mr. Mayor, I know the team have been trying to get Councillor De La Barris Woodcock back into the meeting. Obviously, what has happened today is the first time that has happened. So I guess our options are we could adjourn again at this point, and we can try once again to actually see what the issue is with the system. I think the issue is actually with the system, and that would enable Councillor, or hopefully enable Councillor Villabaras-Woodcock to actually be back online and participate via the video. But I leave that for you to decide.
Thank you. So at this point we have, thank you, Louise. So at this point we have voted to extend the meeting. Yes. And so at this point, what I'd like to do is, in the safety of this, is to adjourn the meeting. And I'm giving you 10 minutes, officers, 10 minutes in which to attempt to
Through your worship, 10 minutes is not enough. I'm sorry. I need to say that.
Okay, then if 10 minutes is not enough, then I'd like to say that we will need to proceed with our meeting with Councillor de Livares-Woodcock joining us by telephone, which, as per standing orders, is absolutely acceptable for us and for our democratic processes
In
here.
2 hours, please, minimum.
Sorry, 2 hours,
2 hours.
minimum. Sorry. So, like I say, the meeting will have concluded by that time. All right. So we're going to proceed. And
That's
so
okay. I think we proceed forthwith and let's get on with it.
So the attempt has been made here, Councillor de Livares-Woodcock, to
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
get
I
you
didn't
back
hear
in.
that.
All right. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
thank
Right,
you.
so we're going to proceed. Thank you. So we're carrying on with item number 6.3, the exceptions report. And so regarding the noting of the exceptions report, Councillor Wethy would like to note the exceptions report, and a seconder for that will be...
Through you, Bishop.
Thank you.
I think we've already got movers, seconders for 6.3.
No, we don't, Gavin, sorry. What we actually voted on was a resolution to extend the meeting.
As you wish, sir.
So, yeah, so what we voted on, which Councillor de Livares-Woodcock voted against, was to just that. So that's just for memory, for clarity here, was to extend the meeting. Okay, because our 3:30 p.m. deadline is
as you wish. Proceed as much.
Thank you. Right. So item number 6.3 on our agenda is the exceptions report. Councillor Wethy has moved the noting of this, and a seconder for the noting of this will be me. All right. So thank you. And so Louise, over to you. Thank you.
So look, in light of the timescales, we'll just follow usual practice, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. And so happy to take questions. We usually take the first part around the financials, and then we'll move on to the other indicators.
Thank you. So elected members, over to you regarding questions here, councillors. Councillor Curnow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Louise, I just wonder, sort of, what do we need to do in order to understand better the approach for what we can and what we can hope to deliver in capital works? How will we go about that?
So, through the chair, Mr. Mayor, at the recent Revenue Committee, we talked about how we could prioritise our workload, and a request was also made for a more detailed breakdown and an indication in terms of projects and how that they were tracking against our forecast. Unfortunately, just the time frame from that meeting until this one, it's not been possible to include that information. We do have it on our list, and as soon as we're able to, that information will be provided in the exception report.
Right. So you'll bring that through to us maybe next month or thereafter, so that we can maybe have a discussion or understand better how we deal with that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So unfortunately, we just couldn't turn the information around in time.
No, I understand. Yeah. It wasn't meant as a criticism. It was just meant as a what do we need to do now, given that we look like we're going to have an issue with some of that. Yeah.
And I think we've probably been clear that we do have an issue on the capital works delivery, and obviously that's highlighted through our externally funded committee and on some of the papers that you've seen today. But we will keep you abreast and information provided to you early, as Councillor Wills has mentioned, in terms of that kind of no surprises approach.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question on financials, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Yes, so Louise, my question is regarding employee benefits on page 2 of the financial report, or 284 of the agenda. And I was just wondering why there's a red light with the actual of 1.5 million rather than 1.3, when I'm aware that we've got staff attrition and vacancies. I would expect that to be within the green.
So, sorry.
Sorry, Louise, I can answer that for you if you want. Would you like? Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a month-to-date number. We're actually down year-to-date. It was just that we didn't do a full, complete December year-end because of the holiday break, and council was shut down until the 10th of January. So when you take December and January combined, we were down in those months, which is giving us a year-to-date down of 353,000. It was just that we some of the charges from December flowed through into January when we completed the January month end.
Thank you. And Graham, so you're saying that come June we would expect to have a green for the year-to-date for the annual report?
At the moment, we're working on the forecast based on these numbers, and that will come to the March meeting. We'll have a final number for you then, or a better indication of where we think we're going to end the year. We're just working through that process at the moment, so I don't want to sort of preempt that discussion at the moment if I can.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Withy, question for clarification.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's not too much in the exception report that I want to comment on, but I have a query for Louise. Obviously, as Councillor Curnow has just mentioned, we're falling behind in certain areas of our capital program. In the report on page 7, you've got under procurement all the different progressions on each of the projects, and a number of those have got contracts have been awarded, etc., or tenders being issued, etc. Have those particular contracts been incorporated in your bar charts for those particular areas? So in other words, the bar chart on page 6, does that include all the contracts that have been awarded? They may not have been started, but they've been awarded. And that's the thing, because otherwise we're not probably getting a true picture of where we're going to, how our progression is going.
I'll take that comment back to the team and we'll see what we can do in terms of making it clear for future reference.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, my understanding is that they won't be included up there because it's just procurement, and it won't be until the construction starts and the costs start to fall that they're reflected in the finances. And there are a couple of changes there, because I know that with the, I think it was the, just trying to find it now. You can note on there that there's a couple of budgets to be increased, but and that's with the DIA. We had conversations. There's a lot of the three waters money that was given, that we took up, and that was given to us over a year ago. Some of those projects we've had to say we won't proceed with them. I think one's the truck filler and because we're not going to get it finished in time, and to use the money, other parts of the projects like the Kaiwaka wastewater, where we found we actually need to replace a pump as well, and in Dargaville wastewater, where there's actually a bigger problem than we initially scoped, we're putting money more into that. And DI are happy. I mean, they had that flexibility in the contract all along. So there are some slight changes to the water program.
Okay. Thank you. So in other words, what we're seeing here is probably, if anything, on the lower end of the scale of where we are actually in terms of the progression of those projects, because obviously a contract's been awarded, so we're committed to it, even though it may not have started and Sue may not be seeing costs, etc. So it hasn't been included in these assessments. So yeah.
Yeah, and also through the chair, Mr. Mayor, remembering this is the exception report for sort of historic. So there's obviously lots of things happening. We are trying to get all of those project contracts out of the door as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, further question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have to speak out when I have one because I can't indicate any other way. So, Louise, my question is about resource consents on
Oh,
page
hang on.
11.
Sorry, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. We're still in the financial section, so we'll hold that question for a moment. All right. Thank you, Councillor Wills. Is your question about the financial section? Okay, thank you. I have a question in the financial section on page 5 of the report. We've got the indication here regarding in the public debt and requirements table. You're seeing the gross debt declining gently, forecast to between January and June. But the cash and bank situation, the debt, cash and bank situation changes significantly. Now, this is something to do with the swaps and with the fixing of various amounts of the debt. Is that right? No? Yes? No?
Mr. Mayor, no, it is. The cash and bank is purely the cash in the bank. A lot of that is just us getting money in ahead of the capital program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so in theory, that I'm going to say that $19 million is extra money that should then be being spent.
Correct.
Yes, which goes into the assets register, if you like.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, that's clear. Glad we asked that. Right, so Louise will move. If there are no further finance related questions, we'll move into the second part of your report. Thank you.
I think Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock has a question through the chair.
Oh, yes. So thank you, Louise. I see that there's a sharp drop in resource consent applications December to January of this year. And I was wondering if you have any comment to make. Is that and well done for achieving all the statutory timeframes. But yes, why do you think it's happening in the resource consent area?
So through the chair, I think, so thank you, we'll pass that on to the team. We have a close down period over the Christmas, and I anticipate that is the reason for that drop off. But I see Mr. Maris is with us, so if I'm incorrect, please correct me.
No, not at all. Through you, Your Worship. No, it is that we had a mad rush up till December early on, and then the close down period in the RMA, and there's a lag because of that. We're fully expecting consents, and they are, to keep on tracking far greater than last year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wills, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to kick a department when it's down, but I do need integrity of that information that we provided. This is regarding resource consents. I noticed that we've had a number of reports in a row that have shown 100% compliance with the statutory timeframe. My first question is, who's actually providing that information or collating that and providing it, please?
So our staff, through you, Your Worship, our staff put all that data together. And can I just say, before we ask the next question, the staff are working really, really hard to try and maintain that 100%. It's not going to be realistic. We've lost a few staff over the last couple of months in that space.
Yeah, I mean, my question, the reality is that we're working under conditions that are not normal. I just asked that as a councillor, I have seen surveyors' instructions to the clients that they could actually make a claim for COPRA being outside the statutory time frame. I've actually seen that in writing. And this is not me challenging, I'm just asking that the information we be given, because we're having to assess the resources we've got. And we've got to be realistic. I guess my question is that the 100%, is that realistic when we're under huge resource pressure?
Through you, Your Worship, it's not going to be realistic moving forward. Absolutely not. We're not going to maintain 100%, and I categorically tell you that right now. The applications and numbers of applications we're receiving are high at the moment, and we have less staff to manage them. So signalling to you now, they've worked really, really hard, and I take my hat off to our staff here to keep that 100%, but it isn't going to be realistic over the next few months and probably for quite some time beyond.
Again, I'm not poking a jab at a department that's under pressure, but my question is there a way that the COPRA Council management can advise those applicants of the reality so that we have less, that they understand the process and the time frame, so we can maintain that good relationship with these people applying, rather than allow them to get to the 20 days and then say, hey, you're not going to get it in time?
Yep. So, so my understanding is the team do communicate quite closely with applicants in this space, and do try and keep the lines of communication open to ensure that happens. But I'll take your feedback back. If you do have any specific situations where you'd like me to address, please feel free to send them through.
This is not the appropriate format for that, but thank you very much for your answers, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification about the exceptions report? No further questions. Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Wethy for a statement.
No, as far as I'm concerned, I think we're tracking pretty well. There's obviously going to be a little bit of a hiccup over the Christmas New Year period when we did take as much staff leave as possible, and that will obviously affect building and resource consent applications. Finances look pretty good, and it's just a matter of really keeping abreast of as much as we possibly can do in the capital works program, and that'll be reflected. It'll be very important over the next 3 months to see how much of that we can get done. So all I can say is just keep on tracking on and make the best use of the resources we've got available. So thanks, Louise.
Thank you. Thank you. Statement from me. I'll reserve my statement. Thank you. Other statements from elected members?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put my hand up.
Councillor Wills, statement.
Yeah, just really quickly. The reality, again, I can't speak for the council. I'm realistic as a councillor as to what we can deliver under the current and ongoing circumstances. So as long as we can encourage the staff to have confidence in providing us accurate information, we can then make the decisions we need to make in the future. So I hope that they have confidence that they give us the warts and all in these reports, please, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any further statements from elected members here? Councillor Wethy, closing statement if you wish.
Nothing further. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We're putting the noting of this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. So we're moving on now to item number 6.4 in the original agenda, the quarterly report. So this is larger, colourful items. So regarding this, I'm seeking a mover for the quarterly report and the performance measures here. Trying to see. I'm happy to move. Sorry, Councillor Curnow and Councillor Vincent, sorry, moving this, and Councillor Curnow seconding the noting of this. Thank you. So moved by Councillor Vincent, seconded by Councillor Curnow. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Vincent, seconded by Councillor Curnow. Right. Louise, kia ora.
So through the chair, as you remark, there's a lot of information here. We still have a number of indicators that aren't available on a quarterly basis, so hence they're not applicable and remain blank. The majority are sitting in green, which is great. There are a few ambers. Hopefully none of those should come as a surprise to you. And there is a red around 4.2 around abatement notices. But happy to take any questions.
Councillor Kerner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at page 5, item 1.7, and just noticing that the software system seems to be meaning that we seem to have that. It seems to be that we're not responding to customer service requests relating to roads and footpaths within the time frame. But the comment says that it's about the software system. I'm just wondering how hard that would be to fix.
Through the chair, I can probably answer that. My understanding is that that the team may well complete it within the time frame, but the clock might stop at 10 o'clock. You might one day, so they miss it by 2 or 3 hours because they haven't answered the query later that day. So that's the issue for them, I think. Just the way the system works.
And are they working on resolving that?
I'm not sure, but I can find out.
Yeah, just because I mean, if we are actually achieving it, but yet our reporting is saying we're not, it just doesn't help with that reputational stuff that we're working on.
Yes, understand that. Thanks.
Right, thank you.
Through the chair, also in addition to Sue's response, this is part of the challenge we have around some of the things with respect to the NTA and the different systems that we're trying to operate, because we are operating as an alliance, which means every council maintains their individual systems and staff try to work across potentially 4 different systems. So making changes is more complex than if it was just one organisation. But we can take that back to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerner, your hand is still raised. Elected members, are there any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, yes.
Thank you. For Louise, 4.2, the discharge compliant abatement notice for it says some Dargaville pump station during wet weather often overflow, and this is the first time that has been drawn to my attention, and I'm very concerned about it. Could you please give a full account of where the sewage is overflowing to, what is the receiving environment, how often this occurs, and what is being done to remedy it?
Through the chair, I can answer that. So it's very rarely, it's only on where there's storms and really heavy storms that it has occurred. So it might have been a couple of times last year. Now, my understanding is that NRC have changed their plan and they're requiring resource consents for overflows, because that happens with every wastewater plant, that there are overflows when there's heavy inflows from storms from time to time where they're really major. So what we're doing is applying for a resource consent to remedy that. So previously, I've been told we didn't need a resource consent. There's been a change in NRC, and we now need it.
So are you saying, in the question I asked to get specifics on the pump station overflows, is this a situation of sewage discharging into the stormwater network, or
this is my understanding is it's at Dargaville, where the process is that it goes into a pond and then works its way through the wetlands, and this is where there's a major storm and the overflows are too much for the wetland, and so you get still treated sewer, it's treated sewerage water, but it doesn't go through the wetlands, or it's you know, it doesn't proceed slowly through the wetlands and goes into, I think it must be a river that leads to the, obviously overflows into a river there.
No, yes, the Northern Wairua. Okay, so Sue, I understand that you're not the infrastructure expert at all, and you're acting as such. And I don't want to. Could you please tell me at what stage of completion the desludge for the Dargaville wastewater effluent pond is? Is that completed?
Yes, that has been completed, and we're looking at the potential to as just to help in the future, and looking at an aerator that might help the process. So we'll be coming to council with that when we're looking at the forecasts. So a lot of the so the desludging has been completed. The other thing, the only thing that's been the only thing that has still to be completed as part of the desludging project was also there was a fence to be put around, I think, the wastewater plant itself.
Okay, so so just to clarify, this is in the report. It states pumps, not wetland overflow. So there's some discrepancy there, and I won't press further except to request that more explanation for this comes after this meeting, subsequent to this, to make sure that elected members are informed about that. And also, I would also like to know if the complaint about some discharges for the Te Kōpuru wastewater scheme would normally appear in this document, or does that get unnoticed because there's a threshold of complaints that a target that we meet?
So through the chair,
I'm aware from my constituent.
So through the chair, my understanding is it's about abatement notices and the Te Kōpuru issue. Although we do checks on it, some of them are small plants, and they couldn't see this leak with it. I mean, the complaint was made over Facebook, and I understand they did approach our customer services, but it wasn't clear exactly what the issue was. As soon as we understood what it was, and there was some information obviously gained by way of a drone, and it was fixed last week.
Yes. So, would that appear in this quarterly measures performance, or would that, because it comes in within target and no abatement notice was served, is that something that we would not necessarily be aware of unless we had received emails to make us aware of that?
That's right. I understand. I understand the inspection of our plants occurs twice a year, but if it's not picked up at those, and that's where they walk around, but if it's not picked up at those 2 times, then there could be something like a leak of a leaking pipe, which is what occurred. We don't spot, and we don't spot. A member of the public spotted that, and we fixed it as soon as we knew about it.
That doesn't sound right. That our contractor for the waste or Three Waters maintenance and operations only inspects a plant twice a year. Is that what you're saying?
I think walks around the whole plant. So yes, they'll attend the plant a number of times. It might be for SCADA or to check that everything's right there in the plant itself. But there's a lot of area that the treatment plant covers, and they don't necessarily walk around that. And it was in the outer area, my understanding, of where there was a leak in a pipe network.
Okay, so could I please have full information about that contract for Three Waters maintenance and operations inspections, and what their contractual obligations, the frequency with which they are meant to inspect the full plants of all of our district's wastewater schemes?
Yeah, I can come back to you with that and the information on the abatement notice as well, just to clarify.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you,
you.
Sue.
Thank you.
So can I just say there was actually 2 abatement notices, and that was an error. The other abatement notice we had was to do with the Mangawhai treatment plant, so it'll show on the next quarter, but I had reported that this wasn't correct, that there were actually 2 abatement notices, and the abatement notice actually it came to us afterwards, 2 days after we'd actually stopped the plant putting out water, and that was in terms of odour up at Brown Road.
Thank you. That would be good information to have also.
Thank you. And that will be for the next quarterly report, because this quarterly report is for the period concluded 31st of December.
Yeah, but through the chair, what I'm saying is that the number of 1 was incorrect. It should have been 2. So just to clarify there, that's an error by in filling out the form there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. So moving on, are there any further questions for clarification in the quarterly report? No further questions here. No further questions. So the so let's go to the actual decision on this. Sorry, and the mover for this item, I'm going to say, was Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one way we could interpret this information is it's pretty normal. Another way we could interpret it is that it's pretty amazing considering the circumstances which our organisation is operating under. And so I really appreciate how we're hitting most of our targets under such extraordinary circumstances. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Sorry, nothing to add, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further statements from elected members? No further statements. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're moving on to item number 6.5, the resolutions register. I'm seeking an elected member to move the resolutions register. Be noted. I will do so, and a seconder for that, please.
I'll second it.
Councillor Wethy, thank you. Louise, kia ora.
So again, usual information contained in there, but happy to take any questions.
Councillor Wethy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Louise, you might perhaps fill it in a wee bit. Under the Mangawhai wastewater item, it's correctly saying that the advisory group's been established, but at this stage, been no indication of when meetings are going to be held. Can you give any advice on that?
So through the chair, Councillor Wethy, which item number is this you're referring to?
Right at the top of the report, it is item number 2.
I can answer that.
Thank you,
yes,
Sue.
The advisory committee, we've had responses from a number of people, Mangawhai Matters, just trying to think, but the iwi and Business Association haven't come back to us, and we felt that at the moment that we needed to get iwi on that committee. It was fairly important, so we're trying to wait. We're prepared to wait for them to come on board. But I've talked to our infrastructure planning manager, and it's likely to be in March, the meeting. So, and we're trying to work out whether it suits the iwi during the day to have a meeting, and it might have to be online anyway. But yeah, so that's where we're at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing that I think it's important that we do actually put a bit of heat on this and get it up.
Sorry, Councillor Wethy, can we just keep the questions and then we'll get to statements in a minute? Yeah, thanks.
That's all good. One further question then, please, Mr. Mayor, and that is under number 5. This is relating to the Alamar Crescent, the parking area and everything else, which is being sort of on hold. As I understand, there was a middens covered when they were starting to do some foundation work for the toilets. That's created quite a lot of concern over the busy season. We don't really seem to have any update of what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, or anything else. Can you elaborate at all on that, sir?
I think we've now had the cultural plan or the impact statement from iwi. So I think we're progressing that, and we're just waiting for delivery. The held up, I think, is delivery of the toilets themselves. From
okay.
They're coming from Tauranga, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for clarification on the resolutions register?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, yes.
Thank you. I have a question on item number 7, the resolving the appeals on the private plan change 78. Can you please explain or see, it says here that hearings, if required, would be likely to be scheduled in early April. Can you elaborate, please?
I can answer that.
Yeah, okay, so no, you go ahead.
Okay. My understanding is that we've had mediation. There could be some further issues there, and that they're still trying to resolve things. But mid-April has been scheduled for a hearing if it's needed, and we have. We're assuming it has, and I know statements of evidence, because I'm one of the ones that has had to give evidence, is on our website. So that's under, I think, somewhere on our website under Mangawhai Central is all the statements of evidence.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification here? No further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Sue, for your contributions there. So the mover for this item, I'm going to say, or was it Councillor Withy moved this? No, it was me. Sorry, I knew it was me and Councillor Withy. Yes, I thought it was the other way around. So the resolutions register. All I'm going to say is this is a really, really good device for us to keep track of the decisions that the council makes and the items which have and have not progressed fast. And I still am very much supportive of the resolutions register as part of our transparent governance that we are doing with our community. And this is where it shows that we're doing what we say we're going to do. So yeah, carrying on with this. So I'm certainly happy and supportive of noting it. Thank you. Councillor Withy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I totally agree with your comments about the value of it. My comment I was going to have before was that basically the fact that we had a recent media article that was very well promoted in the East here about the wastewater plant and the options that have been proposed by the consultants. I think this means that we really do need to speed up getting that community group up and running, because when we do that, we then at least have got the transparency. Up until now, the community hasn't had a lot of information, and when they see an article in the media as it was, it raises a lot of concern, and I've certainly had a lot of concern voiced to me. So the sooner we get that up and running and we can then start putting out more accurate messages, the better. So carry on with the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Further statements from elected members? No further statements. Thank you. We're putting the noting of this item to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. This item, the resolutions register, brings us to the end, ladies and gentlemen, visitors, guests, to the end of the public part of today's Kaipara District Council meeting. Thank you for your attendance. And at this point, the next item on the agenda is a resolution to move into public excluded. So